حضورنا الكريم، نرجو منكم أخذ مقاعدكم. الحفل سيبدأ بعد دقائق قليلة.
السلام الملكي.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم.
Dear honored guests, peace be upon you, and good morning to you all. Once again, we meet here for a sustainable digital future. And over the past 3 years and over the past 3 editions, we have discussed different topics that are of concern for those who work in the technology. Through 75 speakers, we discussed different pillars, such as the promising investment opportunities for the digital future, as well as to the pioneering programming that leads to a digital future. 3 editions. The forum platform was one of the important pillars to share the achievements of technology sector. And here's
التقنية الرقمية الذي تنظمه هيئة الاتصالات.
And it's so nice to be able to meet in the
للنماذج والأعمال الرقمية.
We could have more of such a kind of activities.
Today we'll be talking about how blockchain can help government. Very excited about the Arabic region, especially Saudi Arabia.
إن شاء الله ستخلق فرص أكثر وأعظم في الفترة القادمة.
Just say that I think it's great that we have this forum. It is the right timing, and it's so nice to be able to meet in the industry again.
كان منتدى جدا رائع.
هيئة الاتصالات تقنية المعلومات في المملكة العربية السعودية يعد من أكبر القطاعات.
ذلك عبر تعزيز تصدير قطاع الخدمات ليشمل تقنية المعلومات.
That will definitely accelerate the growth of Saudi Arabia's digital economy. فيديو ثري يعكس حجم المجهود.
It's a reaching video that reflects the volume of exerted amount, and of course we look forward milestones, achievements, and further additions in the futures. Dear honored guest, my name is Fatma Fahd, and it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th editions of the Digital Technology Forum. We meet here today to form the wanted and aimed transformation. This is what we made the sword, the spear, the scroll, and the pen, and also to enhance the pioneering milestones and achievements. We continue the pioneering journey for an unlimited ambition and reach out to the future.
هل يد ما هي يد بسيطة؟ هل يد جبارة؟ يد حاتم مدت؟ هل يد تمد ولا تحرى وش تجيب؟ يد شكسبير سألت، لكن هل يد عرفها السيف والرمح والقرطاس والقلم؟ هل يد تدور في الخريطة أكثر مما دورها الأدريسي؟
More than the maps that are provided by Al-Idrisi.
تروح الأبعد مما وصل ماجلان.
Further to Magellan have reached.
وفي علم الفضاء يد غاليليو سوى الثورة.
And the space revolution, Galileo, and the space realm, Galileo formed a revolution, made a revolution.
والشدة محمد علي بيده.
Muhammad Ali Clay with his hands, he did amazing things.
بيكاسو رسم 1000 لوحة ولوحة.
Picasso drew more than 1,000 paintings.
صح إن يد ابن رشد تأسست، بس هاليد هي اللي بتكمل.
And this hand will continue. What is this hand? It's your hand. With your hand you can create miracles. The future awaits for you. Hand in hand to reach the future, the nation, the country to the future. You can create, make the impossible because you hold the technology. It's a very nice expression. Dear honored guests, in our forum this year, the integration, the possibilities that is enabled by integration between the private and governmental sector. And since we need to highlight and present the views and also the future visions of the sectors. It gives me a great pleasure to call for the stage the Deputy Governor of the Communication Space Technology Commission for the technology sector, Mr. Raed Al-Faiz. Peace be upon you all, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to the Digital Technology Forum in its 4th edition, entitled Integration for a Sustainable Digital Future. Integration in technology, integration between private and public sectors, integration between organizers, developer, and service providers, integration between technology and solutions to create a sustainable market, sustainable in giving, sustainable in innovation, in technologies, and in impact. Allow me to highlight more about integration and sustainability. But before that, I would like to introduce to you the heroine of our story of today. It's a heroine that is not created by the human imagination, but by the imagination of the machine. I sought the help of one of the program of AI, and I asked it to present an emerging company in a sector that is vital and important and highly connected and related to the Saudi Vision 2030. As well as I asked him to define the most prominent enablers that help and enable this company in its journey, investing journey to fulfill the Vision 2030. Allow me to introduce the champion of our story today. These are its firm as a service. Ahmed and Sarah, they are working on emerging sectors while a sensitive, and that will enable a sensitive sector that will enable the kingdom to have sustainable resources through the reduction of water waste and water efficiency. We also have suggested 4 main pillars, which is an environment that enhances investment and regulating company, and also the availability of talents and experts. And finally, and last and not least, an infrastructure that is sustainable and empowered. The heroine of our story is now working in a market after the praise is made to Allah, and with the support of the esteemed leadership and integration from you, the market pillars. And now Kingdom reaches 91 billion Saudi riyals as the largest volume market in the region, as well as the technologies and indexing grew to 20 companies with a market value share 148 billion Saudi riyals as the greatest volume market in the region. And now we will go into details with the 4 pillars, the empowering pillars, starting with investment, which is the main concern of the so many entrepreneurships. And I assure the pharma services company that is the investment power in supporting the capital venture. $1.4 billion today is injecting cash flow to support the business. And of course, according to the last report, we still hold the position of number 1 and the 2nd position globally in the emerging markets. In terms of the supporting programs, I call the company to be introduced to the NTTB program, which is a vital program with a budget of 2.5 billion Saudi riyals assigned and allocated for entrepreneurs, and provide 18 products that will help and enable the company through all its investing journey, in cooperation with a 45 entity, which ensures the importance of integrations among all the entities. 12,000 jobs were created. Also, technical accelerator were recruited and attracted. In the field of incubators and business accelerators, I will introduce you to the Center of Digital Business Entrepreneurship. It provides more than 27 labs, innovative labs, supporting the companies. Up till now, it supported more than 20 companies. And we shall also not forget to mention Al-Karaj, that's the special environment which is assigned and delegated to the international and national business people. And I call Pharma Services Ibrahim and Sarah is to benefit from registering their company in Manassatek and join more than 160 manuals and guides available on the forum, as well as I invite them to have to join more than 90 companies who had the trademarks and benefiting from the resources available from the Commission of Accelerating Exports. We are all proud that 30 Saudi products are competing in the international reports in Artner and EDC. And as we have seen, the company of Pharma Services has a large volume of technologies, and they require a regulating, empowering environment. This is why the Committee of Regulatory Committee is working for their convenience, in cooperation with more than 10 organizers who are working and launching tens of unique initiatives. And by listening to the challenges in the technical market, the consulting group were launched, which is bid and offer groups asking what are the examining what are the challenges and opportunities in the market. 90% of the challenges were solved, and the rest 10% are being under processed. These recommendations are presented in order to draft it before launching it to the public. In terms of innovation, before innovate, then regulate, we have launched the regulatory environment for emerging technologies. 10 forms of work has made a big difference in the landscape of regulatory. A database of clients of 260%, and it helped to their excellent growth. Today, we are working to support more than 21st business model at this cycle this year, and hopefully we will reach an innovative business models in the technical market and will be exported to the international market. In the field and realm of skills and experts, we are so proud that we have the strongest skills and human capital. We have more than 365,000 workers, and we are also proud that we have the highest percentage of women involvement, even at compared to the Silicon Valley and the international alliances. And also the system, in cooperation with the universities and academies, and also the House of Expertise, launched a big number of programs and curriculums that more than 2 million beneficiaries were benefited from that in topics that are specialized in AI and cloud computing. In the realm of infrastructures, we are starting for the infrastructures from under the ground till the skies. We have a fiber network. If it's a spread, it will go around the globe, the planet, for more than 20 times. More than 39,000 towers that covers wideband coverage at the percentage of 95%, 5G, 3G, and MPIoT, all of these to support the digital transformation and provide high speeds that reach 200 megabytes in a second. We have more than 200 guides for the service and more than 400 technical companies that will serve. And as we said, up till the skies, we have more than 10 or 12 cloud computing companies. And in the last version of LEAP, they announced that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be the hub of the hyperscalers, and all of these are supporting the digital economy in our esteemed and dear kingdom. We had the company, we presented a group or number of the empowerment, and we also have highlighted some of the challenges and concerns. However, the forum with all its sessions will highlight more about the empowerment and will find solutions and will explain the concept of the sustainability and innovation. In closing, I believe totally that we have more than hundreds of the companies that are working day and night, innovate, create, to serve the sectors of the kingdom towards fulfilling the Saudi Vision 2030 in order to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the top of the world in all the sectors. Thank you all.
شكرا لك سعادة النائب على هذه
Thank you for the participation and for sharing this journey which promise a bright technical future for the kingdom. And here we have to honor the accomplishment of the milestones in the technical sector. 1 year ago, at the same platform, the Commission have announced the products that acquired the Saudi technical brand name. Today, we celebrate a company that could, by the leadership of the citizens, present servers that are made by Saudi hands, and that is exported to internationally. A big solution for Hillwit Backyards Enterprise and Alphanar Company. And for honoring them, it gives me a great pleasure to call for the stage His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Communication, Space and Technology Commission, Engineer Abdullah bin Amr Al-Suwaha, as well as the Deputy Governor of the Communication Space Technology Commission for the communication sectors, as well as the representatives from the two companies and the Deputy of His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology. Congratulations for this accomplishment, achievement, and this appreciation. Hillwit Packard Enterprise for delivering the national products around globally. You deserve this honoring. a well-deserved appreciation and honoring. Congratulations. Thanks for the representatives of Hoylet and Al-Fanar. Dear Excellencies, please stay with us on the stage for the Cooperative Innovation Prize. We move now to the Prize of Cooperative Innovation, which is a prize presented by CST for the best top 3 products between the service provider and the final receipt. Kurtz from Digital Smart Transformation in collaboration with Aramco. Kurtz is a product specialized in the localization the national products through the blockchains. Smart transformation in cooperation with Aramco. Congratulations, Certs, Smart Transformation Company in cooperation with Aramco. The next product, Fasih Product, Company of Lisan and Saudi Electricity Company. Congratulations for the Fasih product, which is specialized in language editing. A Fasih product from Lisan and Saudi Electricity Company. The second product is Munir product for the accessibility of disabled people, of people with disability, in cooperation with the Digital Government Authority. Congratulations for Munir, that is concerned with the better accessibility for people with disabilities and elderly, for the services of digital services of digital content and technical services as well. Congratulations. And now it's time for the prize that represents the significance of the motto of the forum this year, which is integration and its role in enhancement of the local products. Technical Excellence Prize goes to, which is the prize presented to the companies who are contributing in supporting the local, the technical local content. And also to fulfill the national goals. And as you see on the screen, it has 6 tracks: importing, localization, R&D, and development of content, local content. For the local content tracks, the winner is Iftikar. Congratulations, Iftikar, for winning the prize of local content development. Congratulations. the winner of capability development, ثقة. Congratulations for ثقة company for the prize in the track of capability development. And the winner in localization, ACES. We call the representative of ACES to the stage and congratulations for winning the prize in localization track. ACES for localization track. Congratulations. And the next track is exporting track, and the prize goes to Nasij. Congratulations for Nasij for winning the prize in exporting track.
فوز مستحق بالتأكيد لجميع
A
المسارات
well-deserved
التي فازت
winning
بهذه المسارات.
for all the companies that win the prize in these tracks,
في السنوات
and best of luck for the rest of the companies in the upcoming years.
نبارك مجددا لنسيج.
Once again, congratulations for Nasij for winning in the track of exporting.
والفائز بمسار البحث والتطوير.
Now, R&D track winner goes to our حاسب company.
ألف مبروك لشركة حاسب.
Congratulations for حاسب for winning the track of R&D.
ألف مبروك. مبروك لشركة حاسب.
Congratulations for حاسب company,
والفائز بالمسار الشامل.
and the winner of the comprehensive track is STC company.
ألف مبروك لSTC.
Congratulations for
لفوزها
STC for
بالمسار
winning
الشامل.
the prize on the comprehensive and overall track.
ألف مبروك. نصل إلى الجائزة الأخيرة في هذه
And the last prize in this form is honoring the best a technical environment for empowering women, and it has 6 prizes in this initiatives that aims to appreciate and honor the best excellent and distinct environment
شركة لين.
for women empowerment and
الشركة
technology.
السعودية للذكاء الاصطناعي.
Lean
شركة
Saudi Sky, Saudi company for artificial intelligence. ثقة جاهز
سلة.
العرض المتقن and سلة.
أهلا بكم معنا على المسرح.
Welcome to the stage
وألف مبروك لكم جميعا. هذه
and
الجائزة
congratulations
المعنية
all of
بأفضل
you
بيئة عمل
for the
تقنية
prize
لتمكين
concerned
المرأة.
in the best technical environment for women empowerment.
ألف مبروك لكل من
Congratulations for
الشركة
Lean,
السعودية للذكاء الاصطناعي.
Saudi Company for Artificial
العرض
Intelligence.
المتقن
ثقة
وسلة
جاهز العرض المتقن أنسلة
على مجهوداتهم في تكريم المرأة
for their efforts exerted in
وتوفير بيئة
honoring
عمل داعمة لهن.
women and for providing a supporting environment for them.
ألف مبروك مجددا.
Once again, congratulations.
ولا خاسر هنا اليوم حضورنا الكريم.
Of course, here there are no losers because the upcoming years hold a bright and promising futures for all the companies in the technical tracks.
ألف مبروك. شكرا لكم.
Congratulations.
أصحاب المعالي نشكركم لتواجدكم معنا على المنصة.
Your Excellencies, thank you for being here at the stage and for honoring the winners in different tracks. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
حفلنا الكريم.
Dear honored guests, after celebrating the accomplishment of the sectors and honoring the exerted effort, we will have a short break and we will resume after 20 minutes.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، أجدد الترحيب بكم في أعمال منتدى التقنية الرقمية لهذا العام 2024 والحافلة بخبرات المختصين وصناع القرار.
We will welcome back. We will start with the first panel discussion to discuss the integration system. Now we will have the moderator of this panel discussion in SCT. Please come to the stage. In the name of Allah, the merciful gracious, peace be upon our Prophet, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in this first panel discussion for this day to enhance the digital. During this panel discussion, we will be with you with the expertise and we will discuss the importance of integration between the government entities and the cooperation in order to create the enhanced environment which will help the Saudi Arabia in that sector. At the beginning, I would like to welcome our distinguished guest, the director of the international cooperation, and Dr. Hisham Al-Agayil, Dr. Umayma, the Deputy of Transportation, and Ahmed Rusaidi, the Deputy of the Geospatial, and Mr. Anas Al-Agla in the Zakah Commission. Welcome all of you. Before I start, we may distribute this our topics, starting with shedding light on the structural entities in order to enhance the cooperation or integration. And I will start with a doctor here as being a very effective actor. How do you find the system here between the entities and how it's affected the digital companies? Thank you so much. It's a very important aspect or topic. The collaboration become a very essential since the vision set, and the National Committee is one of the most important in the capital market, and we are one of the most prominent works that we have benefited from this committee is related to the cloud solution, and the capital market has benefited a lot from these achievements, and that what we have witnessed recently, and from all the service providers nationally and internationally. And regarding the capital market, is actually a member in this committee, which include number of government to draw the roadmap and to also collaborate with the CP central bank and to collaborate with the private sector as well. So Saudi Arabia become as a bridge between the central bank and commission and the central bank and the capital market. I think this principle is very important, giving all the participants from the government entities or those who are caring about the sector to start with the structure and organization. So on the other aspect is that the lab, as it is actually working on enabling the innovation, it's opportunity for the entrepreneurs who are caring about the technologies to get benefit of these labs and to gather their informations or their experiences in these labs and do some experiments. This is a very legitimate aspect. So we are actually learning now from the business developers. We are developing or also come up with the new legislations and regulations. This is a very important aspect, and we are thanking the CSP. We are benefiting from it very much. Good. It's touching actually the efforts that you are doing there. And now I will move to Dr. Hisham. There's no doubt that when we are talking about the digital transmission, it is very necessary, and the development happening in Saudi Arabia has an impact on the competition, as we are actually used to the traditional. But how do you find this affecting the competition here? In the name of Allah, at the beginning, I would like to thank the organizers of this panel discussion. It is the digital transformation has actually a great impact, and on the whole aspects with all of its details, including whether the individual or the community's impact. And the digital actual transformation has has caused less cost and increasing the productivity with a less cost. All this come and helping the customer under this transformation. In general, the digital transformation has led to enhancing the economic development and giving more opportunity to work opportunity. What differs from other traditional economy, maybe, and I would like to talk here about three aspects. Distinguish the digital economy compared to other sectors. First, having markets with a multi parties, like the food storage. There are three sectors working this platform. We have the drivers or the deliveries, and we have restaurants, we have the customers. This alignment between different members considered as a challenge in the impact, and as well affecting the work of that platform positively, and we can also measure its impact. There is also increasing that we are witnessing in the market due to the digital transformation. This affected the possibility of having some of coordination with these entities. Finally, there are many factors for the digital economy. I can only talk about three main factors. The first is the network, the using the mega data or big data, all these leading to change the concept of competition and analyzing the revenues, especially that it is actually increasing the possibility of integration and thus the legal entities should organize and coordinate in this aspect, reviewing the legislations and regulations to ensure that the competitions is very fair, and there is some articles are there. Thank you, Doctor. As you have mentioned, the catering or aspect which is delivered by the or observed by the transformation entities. Doctor, here I would like to ask you about the best practices to coordinate. What can we learn from the international experience regarding the transformation? Good afternoon, everyone. At the beginning, I would like to thank the CST for their invitation to participate in this panel discussion with our colleagues. Thanks for the moderator. Regarding the integration in the legislative entities, the integration is actually exists in many countries in different levels. I would talk from the logistics and transportation. There are many examples of the entities that are supporting. For instance, in Singapore, there is the commission, the transportation commission. These two, and in London, we have these two. They are actually following up or moderating the public transportation. They are monitoring the street and traffic. They also enable the payment means. There is also another general example on the level of ministries. In Japan, there is the Ministry of Lands and Infrastructure and Tourism. There is So from the name of these ministries, they are working on different entities or sectors, and these sectors are gathered and collaborating together to provide the good services for the tourism, for the transportation, for the other services and logistics as well. So there are many other similar practices, but what we are talking here is the benefit of Saudi Arabia from the international practices. Saudi Arabia has taken steps to benefit from these practices and to apply it on the national level. Examples from the national experience or practices is that to organize the entities and the strategic platform for to integrate these. So the integration of the legislations and regulations is not only the one factor, but there's many other factors that we need also to focus on. The other examples, a very similar example, it's related only to this transportation. The committees led by the Minister of Transportation. This committee is actually, as I mentioned, it's similar to the previous one. It has 10 stakeholders from the government and semi-government entities, including the CSP, NEOM, Sadaya, and other entities in relation with the enabling of this. The role of the government is to determine the gaps and to also the strategies here are the enables. There are many learned lessons. There is a NIDLib program to develop the logistic services. And these strategies and programs cannot be achieved unless we have the stakeholders to take the responsibility of moderating these programs. The other enablers is the international participation, learning from the international, and now we have the logistic forum in next Sunday and Monday. We are going to host expertise from all around the world, and we are also inviting you to attend that forum to get benefit of it. Last topic I'm going to talk about is building the national capability, the youth capability, not for now, but for the future digital or technologies. And that's what we are working on. Thank you, Doctor. Talking about the enablers, maybe is not... so we need to have the data and geospatial data. Now I will move to Engineer Ahmed. I would like to listen from you about the digital development and what they are doing in governing this data and it's integrating with the government entities. Okay, at the beginning, good afternoon, everyone. We would like to thank the organizers of this forum and for the invitation, and it's considered one of the most important forums to be participated in. And during the last hours, there was some of the participants from some of attendees from different or foreign companies, and it's obvious that the geospatial concept is not really clear. And before talking about its role, I would like to talk about the concept and to define it to be on one page. The concept of geospatial, it's a geographical data related to a particular place determined by GPS, and it's describing the place with a very deep details. And these engineering data is gathered by going to the field and to also doing some surveys and gathered from also some entities in relation, because the information is not like how it was in the history, so it's changed and now we need to use the digital and the geospatial. It's a location or a border of a place with a different or unique characteristics. Now we have the characteristics here to make it easier for the listeners. I mean, the amanat, they have the responsibility of using lands, or the transportation, Minister of Transportation, they need to manage the traffic and those things. So it's all related to the place and to that place. From these informations and data and how to use it, we are today going to use a very simple application, which is the without mentioning name of companies, but need navigation applications to be far away from the traffic crowded, and there is some of the advanced also, as the deputy has mentioned, there is autonomous vehicle, and there are any other emerging technologies. And now these informations, the most important thing of it is that it's it's to be updated, and it is very important to have the accuracy of this data. If there is any shortage in the accuracy, then it will cause me a lot of problem. So we have launched and adopted the governing of the geospatial data, and it's been adopted, and we are using it where it's ensuring the integration of these places. This is in brief. Thank you so much for this explanation. At the end, I would move to Mr. Anas, and let me ask about we need to have a very legal environment. Mr. Anas, how can the government entities to enhance the integration within its legal aspect to facilitate the work? Thank you, my brother Farah. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness. Thanks for the organizers. I think the integration between the laws and between the system technology. I think they need to have a very clear strategy to automate the laws systems and as well, and to have the regulations at the top of these organizations. This is as a beginning for any entities. They need actually to be distinguished with to have a distinguished services in order to have this. They need to develop themselves in the legal aspect. One of the pillars that this forum is talking about is the integration, the digital integration or technological integration with the legal entities. Will help you to achieve 2 points. First, the accessibility or availability of data, and the other aspect is increasing the credibility of these data, so you can facilitate the journey of beneficiaries. Abshir, Najus, all these government applications are very advanced, and thankfully Saudi Arabia is really advanced in these applications, and the credibility will be very high, and it will be easy for the entities to provide the services. When we are talking about the integration and the digital technologies, there are many entities to talk about, or many aspects to talk about. Participating in any suggestions, comments, feedback. Maybe the Zakat Commission or authority has distinguished and win some awards in the digital transformation in a very main way. They have integrating first the Ministry of Commerce, and also with the Interior and Justice, Minister of Justice, Minister of Interior. They have done a great job. And they are making sure that their regulations and standards are aligned with the SASO. This, you can imagine here the impact of facilitating the business and the I may give here some example or of a story. About 5 years, the custom clearance was taking long time, but now it's very easy through the digital or through the application. Before it was by talking to the entities, relevant entities, and whether these related to the standards or align with the standards or not. Now through the integration, we have achieved the custom clearance during 2 hours only. So providing the data before 72 hours of achieving this the product. This helped a lot in facilitating business, and we are targeting in the coming 6 years to have it to facilitate it to reach 30 minutes only instead of 2 hours. It's a very great effort. I back here to Mr. Yazid. I will go to talk about another topic here, what's going to happen in these entities. So I would like here to talk about the impact of technology on regulatory entities. I would like from you to talk about the efforts of the Saudi capital market and what is the challenges that you are facing regarding that. If you allow me, instead of challenges, I would replace it with the opportunities. with the integration of technology, with the digital transformation, we have changed our type of work. It becomes more digitalized instead and very quick instead of adopting the traditional ways or the old ways. Maybe the financial market, we have witnessed actually the fastness or the quick achievements of work, and it was really easier for us and for the customers. Now we are forced to be more resilient, flexible, faster, and to keep up with the developments. That's what makes us come up with initiatives like the laboratories, also the collaboration and integration. It helps a lot in gathering all the intersect entities and to have a very quick availability of data and very quick amendments on any aspect or any points. So it helps the business developer to execute their ideas. The cybersecurity is the second point, and it has developed hugely, and we need to enable the sector and the financial market and the working with the central bank, working together to increase the capability and with the digital enabling the digital and the development. Last but not least, the capability, we have talked about it, and now the capability, we are very proud of it, but with the development we need more capabilities. We need also some academies, and we need some of the accelerators programs. I think these are the opportunities that we exist in the financial market, capital market, and I think all the regulatory market entities, organizations need it. I think Dr. Sham, at the beginning you talk about the impact of digital transformation on the competition. Is there any strategies that you are adopting? How can we enhance the integration, increase the level of competition with all the changes that happen? Actually, the Commission has set a very clear strategies to keep up with the digital transformation. It's focusing actually on having a department specialized in very three important missions, which is cooperating with the regulatory entities to ensure that there is no obstacles or any non-enabler entities. We are actually supporting the regulations related to the data, protecting customers as well. Another point is that I support hugely is to having a scientific research or studies with other entities. This year we have actually worked with the transformation entity of transformation. We actually have worked with them and we study the practices that affect the competition in this sector. We have benefited from the digital development and the work of the Commission. There are many entities are using the AI technology and mega data or big data to detect any illegal practices. These are the main three missions that the Commission going to work on in the coming years. Dr. Umayma, maybe the logistics is one of the entities are going to be affected with the transformation, digital transformation. Are using the automation, the AI? I think they are all affecting or have some impact on the transformation. how do you participate or contribute in developing these technologies? As Mr. Mfarrah has mentioned, the recent technologies become very obligatory to keep up with these developed in technologies, and the legislation or regulatory entities roles changed from into enabler entities for the sector, for the technologies. We actually have worked through the institutional policies, and we are enabling the use of these technologies. As you have mentioned, there is a different type of transportation. What the General Transportation Commission has adopted three paths. The first are enablers. The first, the digital platform. We are talking about the commission and the ecosystem as a whole. There is just a Wasl Tawsil platform. All these platforms are very actually digital platforms serving in all transportation sectors. These services delivered through linking with the stakeholders entities. It's delivered in a seamless way. As they mentioned, it was the missions were taking a very long time through the papers, but now through the digital it becomes very quick and fast, and we have used the AI in tracking the shippings and gathering big data and taking decision as well, and delivering products are. We know that the rush hour in the small cities, the big cities actually maybe having another way, but we are supporting the investment to go through that way. So it helped us a lot. And the second enabler, it is the regulatory organization. There is another similar legislative entities launched in November 2023. The experiments here working on adapting the modern the business models, or which is not legislative models. It works in these entities under the umbrella and enabling of these entities. So after that we are testing these models and see where is the shortage and how can we do so, or having some amendments on it. Now we have 5 business models. We have also there is the autonomous cars as one of the 5 aspects, and the sandboxes that actually open periodically for any new projects. There is actually integration regarding that to enable it and to be exist in Saudi market. The third enabler, the modern or recent ways of transportation. As you have seen in the Hajj, there is an NSIAB initiative. We are using the AI in managing the crowds and to less the crowdness there. We have launched this initiative in 1444 Hijri, and hopefully it's going to include also other buses and means of transportation. There is the fourth enabler, which is Sandbox, which we are working on with CAPS to launch or establish Living Lab. Living Lab is going to be a place or where we are conducting and supporting the new technologies and the climate change of Saudi Arabia. We are having some amendments on the legislations and regulations to keep up with the Saudi Arabia as transportations and these clients, and it will be hopefully seeing the light very soon. I move now to Engineer Ahmed. There is some aspect we didn't talk about regarding data and geospatial, how to use it in the right way. What is the role of the General Authority of Geospatial? Actually, this government is 4 years established since about 4 years ago. It gained some of the legislations from some military sectors, and with the emerging technologies, we have seen some challenges to enable the emerging technologies. I will mention here a very short story. The geospatial entity has participated in with the real estate commission. In 2002, there was a system of registration system for the government entity. I'm not going to dig deep in the legislations or regulations, but I will talk about the geospatial. One of the articles has mentioned that the field visits. Let's talk that I'm going to work on a very big space and the urban areas distribution. So it's very impossible to be there in the field because the spaces are very huge. So the integration between one block is very hard to be determined. So in the recent or updated version, we support the emerging technology. We set some standards determining what is the characteristics that we need to follow in order to convince the stakeholders like municipalities or the Minister of Justice and other ministries as stakeholders. We have actually come up with these technologies, and we instead of visiting the field, we are using these technologies. And in 2022, we have come up with this decision, and we make it easier now by using the emerging or recent energies like the satellite or other technologies. And it was a very important experience to use this experiment. Mr. Anas, the Zaka Commission, we have witnessed during the last years the efforts regarding the increasing of tax rates. Did you have a role in that? Yes, my brother Farah. And the digitalization or technologies has increased the rate. I give example. Any exporter can today provide advanced trolling before the exporting, telling about or releasing the information about these products and describing it. And after that, we know that this clause is actually having the characteristics of these products, and it facilitates the work compared to previous ways where it cost a lot of time, and the tariff is very detailed and very hard to be known or to be regarding the material. They give information regarding the material, and giving these opportunities or the service is actually helping a lot in giving the exporters or importers, to give them the required certainty and facilitate the work. There is a very good example I would like to focus on today, which is the technological inverse, which is a national project, not only a project for the Zakat Commission. Any non technological or digitalized receipt or bill is not going to be accepted. Thus, through the registrations that we have worked on, we transfer from the digital bill or receipt to enhance the beneficiaries or customer experience. It go through two phases, the integration phase, and the second phase is the linking the work with the commission or authority. Now 90% of businessmen, once he got the receipt, it will be clear there on our system in the authority. We are working in the future to have this certificate or tax certificate, and we can do some any amendments. This will help increasing the level of commitment and avoid any issues that may happen or that may affect the institution. The good thing or pleasing thing when we visited many other countries actually they have three levels for 2 to 3 years, then B2B, then they move to B2C. In Saudi Arabia now, due to the good infrastructure led by the CST, we are thanking them for this effort. We have done a big project only in 18 years compared to other countries like Chile, Russia, and many other countries. It took them 10 years, but we have executed in 18 months, and OECD has actually asked the request from Saudi Arabia to review our project, and they were not actually believing that we are able to implement it in 18 months only. Last point is that giving the solutions, the technological solutions, without any payment or any costs. For instance, the technological payment in order to help them to help Saudi Arabia to lift up with this technology. I would like to ask a last question for all of you. In 1 minute, please answer it. I know during the last years, since the regulatory organization or institution has established, there were many good stories and successful stories. I would like to hear one story about the integration system. Thank you. Regarding the financial or capital market, we have regarding the technological or capital market, we have reached a lot of companies. Our target was 104, but now it's more than 120 compared to the deals exceeding $7 billion, and there is also some technological entities entering the market, and this is due to the enabling for the integration also. As our colleagues mentioned, the platform is very effective for the integration and for the coordination between all these entities. In this aspect, the Commission has worked with the committees to conduct a study about the impact of algorithm and data and the competition. The studies aim at understanding the current situation, the challenge of the private sector as well, and what they are facing in the digital market, knowing the impact of these data, and we have come up with many regulations, many recommendations for the authority. Dr. Meima, the example that we have worked on, it is the connected cards. The connected cars is a very excellent national project, and we have worked together with other entities. We distribute the roles. We work on setting the legislations and regulations to enable cars, connected cars, to also prepare the infrastructure to the cybersecurity, the privacy. The experiment is actually launched, and we have measured the the impact and in 2023, and it's been approval by around 12 companies. We give them the approval, and this the credit goes back to the our ministry, our commission, transportation, and the CST. As Dr. Umayma has mentioned, we have worked with the communication space and technology, and we would like to thank them for. Also would like to thank Engineer Raed, the deputy governor. The story started by having one of the international companies to get the license to capture the Saudi roads, and we haven't actually worked on that project, and for us it's considered as a emerging and modern and emerging technology, because the journey is not only in gathering the data and using it in Saudi Arabia, but also in, outside Saudi Arabia, and when we are using these data, we are going to facilitate the work. So we have worked with them on the sandbox. As I told you, we are just coming commission, and we have launched this experience, and today we are being able to enable this international company. I may mention their name, General Motors. Thankfully, we will also launch we will start the work in all Saudi's traffic, and it will be one of the most successful experiments in Saudi Arabia stories. Actually, a very pleased successful story when I attend one of the conferences here and talk about the technology. After the forum, I talked to the speaker, and her topic actually attracted me very much, how to increase the commitment of those who are working with the authority. So as a member in the committee, we wanted to be the use case, and we worked with the consultants and to develop more than 41 cases inside or outside the authority, or those who are dealing with the authority. And thankfully, we have actually worked on the business consult, and before the entities enter, especially the SMEs, before they enter the market, they need to know what is the task. Are they having some zakat or any other commitments? Do they have it? It's regarding the questionnaire. We give them a questionnaire. They fill it in 2 minutes, and then they will be understanding if they have any commitments. The navigator is actually the same thing. We are going to back to these regulations, legislations could be sometimes very difficult and need some experiences. Navigator, through it we have helped people to answer their questions in accurate way. It is a very half of page or page or 1 page to helping those people to increase their commitments. Thank you, Mr. Anas. I would like to thank you for your fruitful speech and talks. Hopefully, it's going to enhance the location of Saudi Arabia in international level. Thank you so much, our guest. Seeing you very soon. Thanks for the moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Mfarrah, for moderating this panel discussion, and for his guests who actually enriching this panel discussion with their talks and information. After this panel discussion, let's now watch a video about the integration of digitals and which opening actually new horizons and opportunities.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Peace and bless be upon you. مساء الخير سيداتي وسادتي. إنه دواعي سروري أن أكون هنا في منتدى التقنية الرقمية. لقد رأينا في الواقع هذا المنتدى، ولقد رأينا كيف للمناقشات والمواضيع هذا المؤتمر التي لمسناها قبل 4 سنوات أصبحت في الواقع ناضجة ومهيئة للعمل عليها. وأيضا أنه من دواعي سرورنا أن نوجد هذا العمل على هذه المنظومة التقنية والتي سوف تحسن من البنية التحتية للمملكة العربية السعودية، وأنه من دواعي سرورنا أن نرى هذا الأمر يحدث، وأنه من دواعي سروري أيضا أن أكون هنا متواجدا وأشارككم بعض الآراء. وأعتقد أيضا أن لدينا هنا خلال 14 دقيقة القادمة سوف أشارك معكم الذكاء الاصطناعي وما يحتويه وكيف يرتبط بالتقنية وظهور التقنيات الحديثة وكيف سوف يقودنا إلى فرص جديدة في السوق. أعلم أن هذه معلومات كثيرة، ولكن سوف أقول
Let's get cracking. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that the days of digital transformation are long past us. We are now in the era of digital businesses. Organizations across the globe have understood the business value that digital transformation brings to them, their economies, their national positioning, and they're now moving and pivoting beyond transformation into running digital economies. This is before the advent and the paradigm shift that Gen AI will bring into the ecosystem. So we are in the era of experimentation of Gen AI. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But as the great kingdom of Saudi Arabia enters the execution phase of the Vision 2030, IDC predicts that globally, by 2030, the economic impact of generative AI on the overall economy will be close to $19.9 trillion US dollars. That represents approximately 3.5% of the global GDP. So that is a significant leap. However, it's like with any disruptive technology, it's one step at a time. Right now, we are in the era of experimentation. So there's a scramble. There's a lot of buzz around Gen AI. A lot of organizations are very excited. I think all of us here, when we started hearing about Gen AI 2022, 2023, we were all very excited about Gen AI. But if I ask you, out of everyone in the room, has it met your initial expectations between when it was making the noise and now? Probably not, right? So it's an era of experimentation. However, over the next couple of years, we believe that organizations will move away from experimentation and will use Gen AI to pivot. And now this pivoting will mean that they will understand that Gen AI is not a plug-and-play technology. I think that's one of the biggest learnings in the Gen AI technology paradigm shift. It is a business process re-engineering. It needs you to rethink how you run your business, how you re-engineer your process, how you train your manpower, and how you link the various internal silos across IT and business together. That is when we will lead to an era which is coming very soon that will be fueled by AI. Now, this AI-driven era will link the AI-driven business models and the AI-driven technology models. That's when AI, the technology and business will actually become one. So, hold on to that thought, and let's roll back to what's happening in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, right? So, gone are the days when Saudi was considered to be, heavily dependent on the consumption of technology. We've seen this morning as well. Saudi Arabia now proudly is a technology producer. Saudi Arabia now is leading, as Abu Ibrahim mentioned, is the largest technology market in the region. It's also one of the fastest growing technology markets, one of the more mature markets, fueled by upcoming greenfield opportunities, which will be AI first, which will be digital first, right? The budgets are increasing, so while we are seeing a pivot, while we are seeing a foundational shift as to how Saudi organizations leverage their digital budgets, we are seeing no indications that that will slow down over the coming areas. So what are those foundational technologies that are shaping the foundation of Saudi's digital technology journey? Artificial intelligence comes as the first priority area. Out of all the digital technologies that comprise the overall ICT spending on AI will be twice as much of other digital technologies. So it's a key growing area, followed very closely by cybersecurity. Now, if we just pause here and we combine the two, we talk about converting or converging AI with security. Now you have two aspects of it. You have cybersecurity, which is fueled by AI. So you get a use case that could be, used to predict, cybersecurity, predict national security lapses, predict surveillance, advanced forensics. If you merge it with operational technologies, you have a solution. You have a solution where three technologies are converging and are solving a national security initiative or a national security objective. Back it with automation, you've got scale. So the point I'm trying to make here, ladies and gentlemen, is the days of isolated technology investments and spendings are long gone. We are in the era of technology convergence. And it's not just driving the future, it's also a very integral part of the present. And a very interesting stat for you, more than 1/3 of the overall spending in Saudi Arabia itself is coming from the convergence of emerging technologies such as AI, big data analytics, the Internet of Things, as well as cybersecurity. Now, as we have seen in the morning, and as part of the theme of the event as well, where CST honored some great technology innovations that are being led, not just by the technology ecosystem, but by industry partners as well. When you converge technologies, you talk ecosystem. And that's where the silos are broken. So we move from an era of silos where technology is produced in silos and used in silos, let alone the silos that exist within organizations. You look at an era where the technology silos are broken and the ecosystem comes together and co-innovates. That is where the magic happens. That is where the real impact of technology comes to the fore. That is where public-private partnerships thrive. That is where there's co-innovation. That is where industry consortiums come together to solve real-life problems. Let's take one use case, autonomous vehicles. We've heard a lot about it in the past, and we're seeing some traction in this area. I think this is a big part of the future that the kingdom is planting. Now, it involves several emerging technologies, right? So you've got AI, you've got IoT, obviously, you've got cloud, you've got analytics, so on and so forth, cybersecurity, automation. But then what about the automation? What about the ecosystem impact that necessitates the successful implementation of an autonomous vehicle use case, right? So obviously, first you've got to look at the technology aspect. So you've got the telecom operators that are instrumental to it. You've got the integrators. You've got the hyperscalers providing that cloud, that edge. But at the same time, they're also the wider ecosystem impact of this particular use case, right? What about the talent? It would necessitate universities, research institutes to come together and play a part in necessitating and fueling the future of the human capital management aspect of autonomous vehicles. Then you've got to integrate the entire value chain into it, right? It includes your manufacturers, the distributors, the retailers, the resellers, so on and so forth. And then another aspect, a very integral aspect, is the law enforcement and security aspect as well. So again, the technology convergence at the core opens up the ecosystem and brings together the various facets of an economy, of a nation, to drive impact. And we are seeing examples. We heard farm as a service being introduced this morning. Brilliant initiative. We're seeing something similar in Europe as well, where disruptive technology converged, and a company called Tech for Food. It's a food tech company in Southern Europe, where they started growing food without soil. So they used IKEA for their real estate. They used Siemens for IoT-enabled sensors that kind of provide the lighting needed for this food to grow. And the impact touched upon several industries. So this is, again, the convergence of IoT, the convergence of cloud, the convergence of analytics, combining with industry players to create, a disruption in the major industry. Another example is from the Transport for London. In London, the government has turned to the technology ecosystem to solve the challenge of traffic and safe, surveillance within the roads. So from system integrators to IoT providers to cloud providers to cybersecurity players, they have been brought to the table, and now tech has a seat at the broader table within an economy to solve real-life challenges. And the impact is across industries. So this includes high-tech, this includes transportation, government, utilities, telco, so on and so forth. So as I wind down, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of slides that I would like to leave you with some views towards the future. In this AI-fueled era where technologies will converge, you really need to rethink the business model. The existing tried and tested business models are changing. There are competitors that are being born in this era of AI-fueled, digital-enabled economies that will compete with you, that will be more agile, that will not have any legacy. So it's very important to rethink your business model and fine-tune it for the future, because your customers, your citizens, your residents, their priorities are evolving. And at the same time, you do really need to rethink your organizational model. How does your talent management strategy map and fit to the needs of what lies ahead? And we can take a stab at it right here in the kingdom. As the Vision 2030 unfolds, we're in the execution phase. How ready are we for what lies ahead from an organizational perspective? And finally, how do we become more agile? How can you really drive that end-to-end connected ecosystem value that the country necessitates? So again, the convergence of technologies will be at the center of it, but there are several key aspects that we all need to think and consider, and this will lead us to enhanced innovation and efficiency. This is something that, this is the fuel that businesses need to be successful going forward, and that cumulative impact is seen at a national level as well. And it's not just about business efficiency, it's also about driving those revenue streams. The convergence of technologies is real. It will fuel revenue growth. Organizations are tapping into it and seeing the benefit. And finally, this will further disrupt the market. As if it hasn't already, you will see accelerated disruption between now and 2030. So I hope those thoughts fit in well and gives you some perspective for what lies ahead. A pleasure once again to be here, and thank you so much for taking time and being with us. Thank you so much. Masalam.
Thank you, Mr. Hamza, for sharing the outcomes of your expertise. جزيل الشكر للسيد حمزة على مشاركة نتائج خبرته الفريدة معنا اليوم. حضرنا الكريم، نتجه الآن إلى الجلسة الثانية لهذا المنتدى، ويديرها الدكتور أحمد السحيلي، عضو مجلس إدارة شيبا مايكرو سيستمز، تحت عنوان التكامل في مستقبل تطوير البنية التحتية الرقمية.
of developing the digital infrastructure.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. أسعد جدا بتواجدي معاكم اليوم.
It gives me an immense pleasure to be with you today and attending with our esteemed engineer Khaled and also Badr. And we look forward an interesting, enriching global. The colleagues at CST, they are asking us to commit to the time, and that's why we will skip introducing, since you are famous and well known. Mr. Khaled, before it was ASIS. It has an old history in Saudi market. However, we know that all the attendees will have a good overview about the ASIS group and their giant capabilities inside the kingdom and abroad. ASIS company started 31 years ago with colleagues from California University in the United States. It was established in the kingdom, and the aim was localizing knowledge and technology. And praise is made to Allah, the company today is 5 subsidiaries. One is a neutral host in the kingdom, and the other one is ASIS India, a neutral host in India, as is one of the top companies in India. The other one is ASIS AI, specialized in AI. ASIS military, that's in defensive industry. And least but not last is the aerial solutions, which is specialized in applied aerial solutions. You are coping with all the technological advancement in the kingdom. Our topic now is the technological infrastructure in the kingdom. Would you please provide us with an overview about the ASIS company in the kingdom and the neutral hosting? I think that the most important phase we had is the license by the Commission of Communication, and I grab the opportunity to thank them, and I thank the leaders of technology, because they are not only regulators, but they are also enablers, and sometimes they are ahead of us, and sometimes we are ahead of us, but end of the day, they listen, and we always have so much in common between us and the ministry as well. So having the license of neutral host had great stripes and saved a lot and towards the infrastructure. This is what we have noticed at the Terminal 5 in King Khalid International Airport, which was under construction. So we started working on the infrastructure with the approval of all the operators, and then we have the airport, the Holy Mosque, Meccan Holy Mosque, and also so many other places. This experience we have exported to India, and now it's the highest company for infrastructure in India, and of course I won't forget the support of the ministry, His Excellency Engineer Al-Swaha, for granting us and helping us to acquire the license. We are now saving the country with expenses that are unnecessarily. I wish if only the participation started 20 years ago, but I mean, at least, inshallah, we will hope for a bright future. Engineer Majid, the previous years and this year, it's a distinct performance at Mobile, and now it's one of the more motivation for the company and most successful. There are companies, what they are achievements, so what are the most important achievements in this sector? Thank you, Doctor. I'm honored to be with you today. I believe that Mobile, over the past year, they started investment in the infrastructure and with the trust in the market in general and all the market components, organizers, clients, partners, to reach the steps that we are heading successfully. We are enriching and strengthening ourselves in the infrastructures. We have new data centers in Riyadh and Jeddah, and hopefully soon it will be launched within the end of the year and beginning of new year. Data center enabled our country to be among top 5 countries. Countries have data centers with ranking 4 with the Time Institute, and that is offered commercially. The effectiveness of the infrastructures is used in providing the added value for all the clients, whether health, educational sectors, etc. We also carry on in investing in the 5th generation and all the emerging technologies based on that. As a company and as data center, this is in short an overview about the achievements. For the infrastructures of mobile, what is else rather than the 5G and things that the kingdom is very proud? It has been a really nice journey with its challenges. We can say that today we have reached, praise is made to Allah, to higher ranks internationally in the digital capabilities in different fields. Now we are witnessing every day fulfilling and exciting results and outcomes. The infrastructure in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, mobile is one of the contributors to this journey. We have, as we are now seeing the fruits and the outcomes of the journey, the capability of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be distinct in managing COVID-19 and having the less impact. Education is continuing, and also the health sector, because of the proper utilization of technology, and that is based on advanced infrastructures. This will not be capable without the ability of all investors to be there and participate in all. Mr. Badr, it's only 5 weeks and we will provide you with the cake of celebration. 1 year ago, it was a historical day in the kingdom through having the Google Saudi cloud. It's only 5 weeks, but I mean, let's discuss the most important technologies applied in the kingdom. As you stated, actually, it's a day that crowned all of our efforts in between the private and public sectors, especially our growth in CST. I remember that the team, we were communicating the last month almost daily. We were chasing the time in order to have the launch started in 15th in November. Today it's an official launch for the services. These services that they are all aware in economic computing, the new application, as well as data. All of these, we are excellent in this, and it's among of 40 computing regions, 24 places for Google existence, and Saudi Arabia has joined recently. We started the gradual launching for the services. However, within 4 to 5 months, 99% of the services that were outside the company are here. And the service that everyone is asking is the Gmail. We have on medium-term objectives is to be within the services offered. So it's 99% of the services, and we are heading to 100%. Through enabling Google Saudi Cloud, what are the most important digital empowerments you count on? We have the direct empowerments. First, 3 things. The first one is the solid and resilient infrastructure in order that we can operate the cloud from the very early beginnings. The other one, second one, is the legalizations. In Saudi Arabia, we have passed through this experience. Day by day, it's the legalization has become clearer and more transparent. It was a part that in enabling part from the government as a public consultation. The third thing that we were concerned even before that is the active capital. We launched the cloud in 2024, and we have launched the excellence of Center of Excellence in Google. How to raise the awareness about the cloud in general is the human capital. This is why the first day after launching, we were managed to train more than 120,000 trainees, whether they are ahead of their work or they are students or etc. And the outcomes were quite exciting. Project either on the level of the startups or even governmental, and come up with these ideas. Professor Khalid, you told us, highlighted the subsidiaries of drones and AI. Would you please let us know about the modern technology? I'll tell you a short story that occurred to me after the prayer. There is Dr. Ahmed Al-Biman. I'm not sure if is he here or no, because Dr. Ahmed Al-Biman is the head of the electrical engineering at the university. He says he say that he taught me, but I deny this fact. I was happy that I want to pass the message and the flag to the youth people. And he told me that you are still at the beginnings, very early beginnings. I was shocked, and then I thought that comparing to our ambition and the ambition of the leadership, we are just only at the early ages. If we believe that we have reached our target, then we are wrong. However, we are heading on the right track. What we wanted also to adopt is the openness in the network. Before we have the Open RAN technology and the hyperscaler, so many technologies. We need to adapt it because it saves a cost and efficient. Number two, we are aware of the inside. Before we had footprint Ericsson and Riyadh, and please don't take it any offensive, but it was operator number 1 or 2. They have Ericsson. They don't negotiate anyone, and they say that Ericsson, we want to effect this project. How much is the cost? There's no chance for negotiation. But when you choose the open system, you can change the antenna, the access, the RU, and all the components. We also have a generation I've not observed in the previous session and this session, the innovative, educated generation. No one would oblige us to have one key solutions. We have the capability to be openness in the system, to the openness of communication and the drone technology. I have the drone company. The drones fly east, west, north and south, 24/7. The most significant client is Aramco, is how to monitor the pipelines, observe the leakage. Although that the drone I can manufacture here, and I'm open, I can have any technology and produce the technology. We talked about the drones, about the Holy Mosque, the airports, Metro Riyadh. This is the present. We are looking forward the next year. What are the most prominent achievements that we may expect for 2024? Our topic is the infrastructure. Previously, every service was independent, and the neighbors, they used to say, now fiber are here, and then the electricity services are here, and everyone do some road works. However, now there has been unifying and engagement in the infrastructures. The dream that we have, and we always speak loud about it, between the Commission and the Ministry and all the related parties, that the infrastructure elevate to a small sect level. We have built a security system in Yanbu and smart cities in Rabigh, but however, believe me that all of these dreams will be extremely costly if there is no unified infrastructures. For the unified infrastructure, you do it once and for all. Today, any new development for the streets, it has to be fiber. But what we want is a small cell, a light wall connected the fiber, the electricity, and everyone is using. Even the cameras, and if you want to monitor the district or neighborhood, and if there is a suspicious car, we can install a camera and then connect fiber and all of them. Why not to install this small cell which has camera, has internet, and it has a fiber, and within the upcoming 30 years the fiber is good. So the dreams of smart cities without these small cells, it will be extremely expensive. Because Mobile was one of the enablers of smart cities through its smart settings through the Saudi electricities. We would like to know more about the adaptation of the startups and emerging technologies. The emerging technologies is the story that everyone is building on. I believe that is through the networks that invested by Mobile, and if I give you one example, is to have a practical work for the final beneficiary. The final beneficiary is benefiting from the automatic reading for the data, the ecosystems of energy and the Saudi electricity, the crowd of the street. You don't need 4,000, 5,000 readers. The capability of producing private packages for energy, if the beneficiary is an individual or etc. All of these could be possible based on the proper user of the emerging technologies. Now the kingdom has high spread plus 9.9 by all the covered internet coverage is enabled by the narrow LLT. Whether a client or a manufacturer, these are all use cases that are ready to apply, and it has a tangible benefit. This is the upcoming period, and this is our point of view, how to have the infrastructure, and it's an ongoing, and it's not a defined project. And in the upcoming period, we will focus on developing infrastructure that they can have computing clouds for any applications required by the AI. We know how hard is the competition between the business. However, how can you share with us about your new projects for the upcoming year? We focus on two main things, and the competition, we consider it as the fuel of success for the comprehensive outlook. One of the issues, 3-4 use cases that are concerned with the Internet of Things. It's not a new technology. However, according to the assessment of so many stakeholders in the market, it's still, the need is very high. So the industrial sector will focus on it, and there is a clear direction from the Ministry of Industry for Automation, and I believe that Mobily has a mandate to move towards these directions, similar to what happened before. Mr. Badr, I think that one of the most asked questions and all the previous sessions, and starting from the opening remarks for the Deputy Governor, that all the hyperscapers, international one, will be existing in the kingdom within the upcoming 2 years. Within, in the light on the perspective of high competitiveness, how the Google Saudi cloud will be distinguished. One of the benefits or characteristic that mentioned is to have the technology of open resource technology, which Google counts on significantly. When we talk about the Kubernetes technology, it's a technology that is started and developed in Google, and now it's still one of the source of so many open source technologies. Everyone is talking, whether COOs, chair of boards, they all talk about AI. When we talk about AI, we believe that Google is the most important one. They speak about AI because it's part of the DNA. Even if we use it in the products we use daily. Google search, it was a product. Now when you write any word or for search, we have the characteristics of autocomplete. Billions of dollars has been expended in order to present it in this way. So if we talk about the contribution of Google in the technologies of open resource, we talk about Transformer, which is the language model. It's the core or base of 98% of the large language models existing in the world. We claim that we are distinct or excellent in this part. The accountability and security is matters of highly significance. In our phones today, we use more than 15 Google's applications. More than 2 million clients are used. Among of the top 10 around the world, more than 2 billion people use it daily around the world. 6 of them are Google. Google Maps, even although in Riyadh we don't count much on it, but I mean, Google Maps is available. In addition to the infrastructure, and the last point I want to highlight today, that the infrastructure that we use it in Google, in the 40 computing zones existing, we claim that 45% of the traffic, internet traffic around the world, exists in Google network. AI innovation as well, to enable the services to have it open source for the developer and the companies, and it will enrich us to be on top companies in terms of demand. We will carry on talking about the AI track. How do you think that it will change the rules in the kingdom? We always talk about nice ideas, nice dreams. What's the reality that will be brought by the Google Cloud in Saudi Arabia, and how it will contribute to the economic and a transformation? I think it helps a lot in the access of so many business model based on AI. During the dialogues with the clients, there is a very interesting conversation and dialogue. We all hear about the AI and we see the technologies. However, very important questions, if we use the AI, how much it will affect our revenues and profits? If I use this technology today, it will come with revenue or will increase the satisfaction of the clients. I think we moved from discussing some of the ideas in AI, and it has been an old school way that is being produced in a new way. We have to have innovative models and then hit the other side, which is more practical, the application in AI. Would it help us? The outcome data will enable us to provide a better experience, and then the profit will increase. I believe that the dialogues in AI will follow two directions. The first one is to find practical applications for AI in different sectors, whether in health, education, smart cities, all the governed sectors in general, even banking sectors. The other one is to define and find a mechanism that will how to utilize AI in order to increase the revenue, the efficiency, etc. I believe that the application of AI requires a whole separate session. And do we need education with AI? However, we will keep these topics for another session. Of course, we need education, but how it will develop with AI. The neutral model requires integration, participation, partnerships in all the existing. We know that the start of success of ACES after the partners of service provider is to have someone who is neutral and do all the job. How the cooperation and integration developed between you and the service providers, and how do you see it for the future? You mentioned that in the podcast that the integration of the infrastructure had to be done at early stages, not later on. Any later integration is good, but is very expensive, similar to what happened to towers. Towers is an international model. It started 30 years ago, but we only started in 7 or 8 years. The period that was lost in building towers, apologies for the mobile. However, for not having the agreement between the operators, we are trying to fix it, but of course the communication technology has become closer to users. Before we had one tower that covers 10 kilos, and now it's not enough. You have to be very close to the user. Communication, security, all of these, even the autonomous cars, we have to be very careful because delay is critical. Consequently, to have an unified infrastructure is beneficial. We built our capabilities in building for the operators hundreds of sites, and we provided maintenance for all the operators. We are local, and end of the day we don't have hit and run. We can't do this because we are local. I'm here, and we will develop this. Consequently, we have agreement and convenience in all the levels of COO and also the chair board of directors. The issue of the Metro Riyadh, hopefully once it works and commence working, you will be surprised at seeing the quality of work. And what I said at the podcast, Metro London cost £1 billion. And of course they can't be blamed because it has been done 100 years ago. But if because we started now, we started recently, we will be blamed. The Royal Commission of Riyadh and the other entities, they had good awareness, and they provided us with a letter to collaborate with ACES with a cost that is no more than 7% of the cost of London Metro. So if you save these opportunities, you will have efficiency and better opportunities. I'm very sure that there is high collaboration between Mobily and the service provider in the kingdom, and also Metro, the Riyadh Metro, to share the infrastructures. And I believe that the attendees should have a clear vision about it. I'd like to say that I know, and you studied a part of the university maybe after graduations, and we also support the sharing the infrastructure. We would like to give the attendees an idea about how the cooperation with the neutral or non-neutral service providers, and what are the main fields of the cooperation. Honestly, the market today, for the final beneficiary, they are seeking value, whether it's coming from one company or a group of companies. In our vision in Mobily, the one who can succeed, those who can integrate with all is required for providing the final value that lasts and compete nationally and internationally, since the market is open, and whether the beneficiary individual or the business sector, they can access service providers. We started in this domain, and we started providing an integrated service and integrated value in cooperation with partners who have deep knowledge in certain fields and realms. For example, the health sector. Today, all the hospitals are paperless hospitals, all automated. This wouldn't be happen before, since Mobily had the honor to be a pivotal player in this topic. But if we go back in time, and if Mobily wanted to work alone, it will not be capable to provide the whole value for the beneficiary. The health sector, represented by the ministry, all utilized all the strength point and integration with other companies. Consequently, we have paperless hospitals, and they are based on the applications, how to book an appointment and how to have a look about the file. Same thing is being applied on the education sector and on the transportation sector. And from this basis, we are focusing in the current time in order to provide and offer what is as suitable for the image and status of Saudi Arabia, and how to smartly run the crowd manage the crowd in order to give top stars experience, accommodation, entertainment, transportation. We can't say one company. We not even a whole industry can do this alone. It has to be a collaboration between different industries in cooperation with the section of communication and information technology. And this is our mandate as well. Of course, it's very interesting to talk to you. However, the colleagues are mentioning that time is running out. It's not like every day we have the chance to talk with such important figures like your good selves. And we are keen to know something personal about you. We start with you, Mr. Badr. What is the most technology that you are excited? Honestly, it's hard. However, I'll try the best to say that AI, there has been a lot of dialogues, so many sectors, or the banking, health, so many technologies that surprises us. However, on the level of the consumers, yesterday I was preparing, I've watched a video for Google. It's a new technology, it's called the Project Astra. I tried it on the project of the building of CST. You open the camera and you start communicating with the phone. This morning I was out and there were a car. I asked it, what type of car are these? And he told me what is the type of the car, what is the type of the tires. Even it gave me the serial number on the tires. And then I said, in what city? He said that we are in Riyadh and the building is the CST. I think it's called the Project Astra, and I recommend everyone to have a look at it. On your personal level, what is the most important or exciting technologies for you? Actually, it's a very, very difficult question because technologies, it's not isolated completely from other technologies. There are high integration among of all these technologies. And for certain reasons, some of them is commercial. I believe that is to be closed and to have better value is the Internet of Things. I think that we are only at the phase of 5% of completing or in the accomplishment of the utilization of Internet of Things of different sectors. And I believe that everyone has tried the value we acquire from the Internet of Things. The data also contributes to the AI. We cannot isolate this from that. But I mean, just to ask your questions, I am more with Internet of Things, not from the technological side, but from the utility side. I personally, and maybe you'll be surprised, is that Samsung Pay. Maybe because you have Samsung, I thought that you will be excited at the same questions. But you're always you always enjoy diplomacy. The best closing with you is with you, Dr. Khaled, Professor Khaled. It's not a diplomatic answer. We lived enough. They used to say that the future is the computer. Maybe half of the attendees haven't been witnessed this. People, they used to type on the typing machine and then they found out that the computer is a tool that will accelerate your work. I believe that AI is the future as a tool. This is why you have to understand it. It's not that it will eliminate your job, but it will accelerate your job the similar way to the internet and laptops. And the last question, I believe that Keynote of Saudi Arabia today is Korea at the beginning of 19th. We remember back then that the Korean people they didn't speak English, and then they go back to their country and they exported industry. So this is my message for the both male and female, that we make sure that we will not be a position of consumers, consuming and be consumers. We have at the end to export. We have experience of exporting to India, and we are heading towards so many places. And my wish is not to be consumers as much as exporters. Petrol is now a secondary factor. It's not the most important things. What is the most important thing is that this mind that will develop, and it will be a center for exporting. Holland is not better than us. Korea is not better than us. And in addition, we have petrol they don't have. You're always inspiring, and I cannot thank you enough. I am so appreciating, and I also appreciate the attendees for their attendance.
شكرا جزيلا لدكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Al-Sahili, for moderating this discussion, and thanks for the guests for enriching this session with their ideas and opinions. Now, and when we discussed the ways of enhancing the digital sectors from regulating side, it's now time to talk about the ways to enhance the human capabilities. And dear honored guests, in this session we have Mr. Abdullah Al-Jami', the General Directors of the initiative of NCST.
Peace and bless be upon you. Welcome in this panel discussion. We would like to welcome you in this panel discussion, integration in supporting talents and skills in the digital sector aspect. And you are knowing very well the development of this technology, and one of the most important factors in developing technology is that to develop and improve the skills. So I welcome you to I welcome here our speakers, Mr. Mtairi, Dr. Jabir Mtairi, this executive president, and we have also the executive president, Mr. Abdullah Ghamdi, and Mr. Ahmed Al-Bloui, the director of business development at department. Let's start here to talk about the big challenges that you are facing it, or the opportunities in training field, and how can we change these challenges into opportunities to develop the youth, Saudi youth. I may start with you, Dr. Jaber, to mention the most achievements prominent achievements of Saudi Arabia in the recent years. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullah Jama. I would like to thank the organizers, the communication space and technology, and also the most important programs of Saudi Arabia is the human capability, which seeks to meet the needs of the future market opportunities. Through this program, there is many initiatives working and supervised by CST, which is the future skills, which has a big role in bridging the gap, educational gap, also enhancing and developing the digital skills. During the recent years, we have seen number of achievements. One of them is the international universities as one of the process of attracting these international entities, increasing the percentage of localizing digital jobs, and raising the awareness of the importance of digital skills. We are in the Taiba University, Wadi Taiba. We are working in actually in the emerging technologies and Internet of Things and AR and for those who are studying or those who are looking for job opportunities. So there is a big big opportunity, and there is actually a very important pillars that actually working in finding a sustainable digital development, and there is a huge development there. Thank you, Dr. Jaber. Maybe now moving to Mr. Abdel Ghamdi, my colleague. If you can please talk to us about the Digital Saudi Academy, enhancing the digital skills of Saudi youth. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Maybe the Saudi Digital Academy is established in 2016. It aims to bridge the gap of the needs of market. Now, today we are talking about the percentage of globalizations in CST. It reached to 65%, and academia was one of the enablers in increasing this rate, our percentage. The academy at its beginning adopted a new principle which called the training campaigns, intensive training campaigns. It's about 6 months focusing on one sector, which is technology. For instance, we have more than 40 paths or tracks in the intensive training camps, and there's many majors: data governance, science, policies, big data, and other sectors. Our focus was mainly on enabling or developing the capabilities in a very particular specialized sector. Thank you so much, my brother Abdullah. Now moving to Engineer Abloui. If you could please mention some of the distinguished training or unique training programs under the umbrella of the Vision 2030. If you allow me to give a brief about the Academy, it's supposed to be a place for the capability, for increasing the capabilities, the enablers. It depends on what we have in King Abdulaziz for technology and science and technology, with a very distinguished scientific staff. Based on this academic capability, we have provided many programs in different sectors in energy. We have focused on nuclear energy, and by focusing on nuclear energy, and also the fourth industry revolution, focusing on the technology as a main pillar for development in different sectors. We have benefited actually from this and from the halls in King Abdulaziz Center, whether in designing electronic ships, and in the last month we have reached a good percentage, and this year as well we will work very hard to reach just a very high number. We are also trying to working very hard on depending on the technology to develop these sectors, the IoT, and the STEAMs and the third the three-dimension prints. We are actually not executing any specialized programs in the cybersecurity, but we are actually working very hard in using the cybersecurity. In general, these sectors, cybersecurity or big data or artificial intelligence, the Academy is covering a big number of these topics, and we are trying very hard to increase the specializations and uniqueness of these programs. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Maybe the audience ask here, how can you evaluate these programs, and what is the standards of measurement you build the successful of these programs based on? Actually, there is some pre and post exams, and there's some questionnaires for beneficiaries or the entities that they are affiliated to. If we are digging deep, then we can discuss the entities of these programs. We have programs of graduates. We measure it through the published paper, and scientific also papers, the talents programs, by the job career and the awards received by these beneficiaries, whether nationally or internationally. So there's different programs and measured based on what is suitable to it. We are focusing mainly on the practical programs in this academy. So one of the most important standards of this program is that the projects of these trainees, the capstone projects, there is a sum of projects at the beginning of these programs. Actually, the beneficiary is starting to understand the principles of these industries or these aspects, and starting then to go to the laboratories and how to establish or produce these products, and how to so at the end of this program, the electric ship will be done from scratch by these trainees, and the trainee will also going to test it. So we are working very hard to ensure that these programs are very unique and with a high quality and capability. Thank you so much. Now moving to our colleague Abdullah Ghamdi. Mr. Abdullah Ghamdi, our discussion is the integration of integration to support the technological skills. How you are supporting people with these skills and equip them with these skills. Regarding the integration on the national level, we have CST has established the committee in communication and technology. This gives us a very big opportunities for cooperation with the academies in Saudi Arabia in communication and technology. And there was a cooperation intersect with our colleagues in Wadi Taiba and other academies nationally and internationally in this sector. Regarding international, maybe the Saudi Digital Saudi Academy has established, as it is announced, 2023, we have announced the partnership with the Amazon and a cloud program. There was more than 32 beneficiaries of this program, and we have announced a partnership with Unity, one of the big game engines all around the world. 1,200 citizens have been engaged in this program. 2024, we have announced actually a partnership through our colleagues in CST about a Datadog program and new iPath, which is one of the big international companies in automation. Now there is a existing campaign with a new path in the Saudi Digital Academy. Before I forget, there is a lot of training programs by this academy, held by this academy, depend on a very high and excellent experiences from Spain, Finland, America, Australia, and other entities to exchange knowledge and technologies and which happened or which exist there in their countries and share it with us here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Jaber, if you can please talk to us about the main programs that you are executed in Wadi Taiba. Actually, today the international partnership, we are in the academy very keen to have our students competing in the international level, not only in the national level. So it is very important to find a partnership with these international academies and build the programs, joint programs. We have seen another programs, as Mr. Abdullah has mentioned, the Saudi Programming and Drones program, and related to the emerging technologies like the blockchain and AI. There is also blockchain institute in developing games and epics games for training and building capabilities and developing these games. We are working very hard in finding the integration with these in academies. We are very thankful for our for the people in the CST in order to build the digital capabilities. Engineer Ahmed, maybe one of the Vision's 2030's target is that to have the Saudis competing on the international level. What is the programs that you are providing to be one of the drivers to achieve this goal? Actually, as my colleagues mentioned, the building international partnership, transfer and exchange experiences, being keen in the academy to build capabilities, partnerships with the best international and global universities. MIT is one of them. It's well known. We have worked with them on a number of training programs, whether in smart cities or as well as Ben Khaldun scholarship which is targeting the Saudi researchers to work in their labs there and to publish their research and to get benefit of the experiences and expertise there, and to also bring this knowledge from these countries to Saudi Arabia. And with UC Berkeley University and the clean energy, and we have a number of colleagues that are training or included or joined this program, and staff from UC Berkeley, and we give them give the trainees opportunities to participate in studying in one of the good entities or good institutions or entities or universities, and that they will participate and contribute in building the Saudi vision. Now the technology is very developed, and it's developed rapidly, and we are definitely in the coming years we're going to have new technologies. So how the Saudi Digital Academy and other academies are forecasting the future and preparing the Saudi youth on training them on these technologies. Part of what we are working on in the academy, when we are building the programs, we are forecasting the market, at least the national market, and based on it we are working on the needs to bridge the gap, then providing the program. But we also not actually ignore the international and emerging technologies which is developed rapidly. The academy, or the Saudi Academy, before the ChatGPT, which is exists in our phones nowadays, we have find a program, established a program for the AI and blockchain about 2 years ago and more, and there's a specialized program for the blockchain, and also there is the fintech programs. Now this week, with the rapid technology development, and allow me to announce about a training program will be held in Barcelona in Spain, specialized in AI for 3 weeks. When we are building the programs, we are looking at the forecasting, technology forecasting, and international reports, and how it's going to benefit Saudi Arabia, so we can prepare our youth for these programs or these technologies. Thank you, my brother Abdullah. We're going to move to Dr. Jaber. If you can please tell us about the most prominent plans, future plans for Wadi Taiba. One of the future plans, we are still working on it, is to expand in these training programs and to increase the number of international partnership integrations initiatives with the academies, Saudi academies, providing professional certificates as a requirement in the AI, blockchain, developing games. So these are what we are working on in the future plans in Wadi Taiba, and hopefully we are going to contribute in building the digital and technological skills. Engineer Ahmed, 32's stereotype is a part of King Abdulaziz academy. So the stereotype is about you is that you are academy that develop researchers. Is it a right stereotype, or do you have any other plans to expand in training, or you only focus on researchers? Definitely, we are our city, our King Abdulaziz city is depending on the enablers, the capabilities. Our programs is not only actually exclusive, but it is also expand, and since the market needs asking for more and more capabilities, and it's push us towards and we are the go-to place. We think that the go-to places are the emerging and modern technology. We are actually having laboratories. We have the places, and we are going to develop and expand definitely, and not only in the research aspect, but also in research programs, but also to capitalize on these capabilities is easier for us and faster for us to move and increasing or building the capabilities, the new capabilities in the market. As an example is, as we have mentioned, semiconductors. So I'm going to talk here about the Alat company, which is affiliated to a financial fund, public fund, PIF, and having a national capabilities are able to work in these sectors, it's a necessary. So we have this city, and we have what enable us to provide programs in these sectors and aspects. So definitely we are going to expand, and we are very keen to have a partnership with international universities and with the CESCO company and with institutions in developing some programs, specialized programs. After we study the market, we have find that the certificates and the number, when we actually gather it and count it, we find it very less than the less than the market needs. So it's very important to set a very unique specialized programs. That's why we have cooperate with CESCO to participate and contribute in enhancing and supporting candidates and applicants to get SPCA certificates, which considered as a very difficult certificates to be achieved, and we will help definitely a lot of people to achieve this certificate. Thank you so much. We ask a lot of success for you. Dr. Jabber, there is some movements here from and supporting from our leadership. What is the most prominent challenges that you are facing in technology aspect? What is the solutions that you may suggest to come up to overcome these challenges? The investment is a very huge, and regarding the enablement it's a very big, but we need to increase the awareness about the self-learning, and I think the technology and the change, continuous change, if we haven't implement that in the people's minds, then, or raise their awareness about that, then we are not going to achieve anything. But in that way, raising awareness, we are going to achieve a lot, and it will help us. And I think this is one of the biggest challenge, which is the university or public education. But now with the open sources in education, this matter become less through the time. I think there is other also challenges, which is the less number of people joining these programs, and and we need it to be integrated work. So, and increasing the integration with the private sector, especially with related to programs that end with the job opportunity. So I think these trainees need these programs, which is ending with finding a job. I think cooperating with the entities is a very important, and this is main challenges that we are facing. And maybe when these are what I have mentioned is one of the challenge, and what we are providing is one of the solutions for these challenges. Also, working on the soft skills is very important for the recruitment and also for ended employment for those beneficiaries of these academies. Thank you so much. We may end this panel discussion with a question directed to Dr. Ghamdi. We have talked about the investment happened recently in the recent years. If we are talking about the most prominent numbers and statistics reflecting the successful aspects in the digital sector. Till yesterday, the Saudi Digital Academy has trained more than 1,900 trainees. There is many programs being mass training for attracting talented people to the market, and especially in the communication and technology. One of the prominent programs launched on the level of Saudi Arabia's fuel program to train 100,000 Saudi male and female Saudis, Saudi females and males. There was 318 of them entered training courses in 1 year, and our colleagues has mentioned that the professional certificates supported by HADAF and other initiatives. In the academy, there is more than 1,900 certified trainees. Which graduates have received this certificate. Competency and other professional, different professional certificates. One of the achievements and initiatives is a Ignite initiative, led School of Gaming as well. It's specialized in developing games, and now we have developed more than 10,000 trainees, whether it's on Unity engines and others. And we have seen NEOM has established incubators programs, and there is 3 studios established by the Saudi Academy programs. Also in German, there is some achievements for the Saudis and for our graduates, and it's considered as an achievement for us. And I may conclude with the last topic. We are measuring the learning hours to know the commitment of these trainees. We have achieved till today 5.2 learning hours achieved, whether in the campaigns, whether in the learning or virtual training or whatever it is, with its different format or it's a very thankful effort, said Abdullah. And at the end, we would like to thank our distinguished guests for their good listening, and I would like also to thank our colleagues and the presidents of committees. And maybe at the end of the previous panel session, a professor has mentioned passion to transfer from technical communities using the technologies towards a community that developing technologies, and there is a new insights and critical ideas will be very helpful to support in the digital aspects. Thank you so much. Peace and bless be upon you.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد.
Thank you so much for Mr. Abdullah Jama and for his guests for this panel discussion full of insights. Our distinguished guest, 20 minutes break, and we will be back to the third session.
أجدد ترحيبي بكم حضورنا الكريم. نستأنف أعمال المنتدى بعرض مرئي تقديمي من الأستاذ حمزة خان الشريك في ماكنزي، يستعرض من خلال هذا العرض.
Within this visual presentation, we will have the most prominent international trends observed by this company. And please welcome Mr. Hamza Khan, a partner. السادة الموقرون، قادة هيئة الاتصالات والفضاء، اسمي حمزة خان وأنا أعمل في ماكنزي في المملكة المتحدة البريطانية وإيرلندا، ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم هنا اليوم. وخلال 10 إلى 15 دقيقة أنوي تغطية 3 مواضيع، وأبدأ بتغييرات واسعة تقنية، وسوف نتحدث عن دور الشراكات بين القطاعين الخاص والعام في تسريع تبني تلك التقنيات في القطاع التقني. وأحاول أن أقدم عرض التقديمي باختصار واقتضاب، وفي حال لديكم أي سؤال سوف أكون موجودا خارج في القاعة. لدى ماكنزي هيئة استشارية ومجلس مستقل للتقنية. في عام 2024 كنا نتحرى 15 توجها سائدا أو ترند، ولن أغطي كلها لكن سوف أخذ مثالين. على الجهة اليسار لدينا الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولا نريد أن نقضي وقتا طويلا عليه، ونجد أنه بشكل قريب هناك 120 بليون دولار قد أنفق واستثمر في الذكاء الاصطناعي. ولو تحدثنا عن الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي، فإذا هو أساس الابتكار وأساس الاستثمار، يذهب أو يصب في الذكاء التوليدي، الصناعة الاصطناعية التوليدي. خلال فترة 2023 2024 فإن حجم الأوامر التي نستطيع أن نغذيها لنماذج اللغة الضخمة انتقلت من 105 توكن إلى مليون. فحتى تستطيع أن تغذي أمرا لآلات اللغة، حتى بإمكانك أن تضع ورقة بحثية كاملة بوصفها أمرا لنماذج اللغة الكبيرة. بإمكانك أن تضع 20 رواية بوصفها أمرا لنماذج اللغة. فهذا جميعه هو نتيجة عن الاستثمار. ونحن نعرف أن الذكاء الاصطناعي قد عزز أو ولد ما يقارب 6.6 من التمويل، سواء كانت مايكروسوفت وإنفيديا وغيرها من المستثمرين. فإن الأساس هنا هو استثنائي. ولو أخذنا
What you see on the very right is electrification and renewables. Far less so in the media. We don't hear about it as much. But if you just look at the investments from last year, it's 183 billion. This is higher than all of AI combined. All of our research, when we talk to executives globally and we ask for a sense of investment appetite and interest levels, electrification and renewables comes out higher than AI. Again, not something entirely that you would expect. So this is all to say that there is a range of interest levels, progress that is happening, and the investments that are going into enabling that progress. So the range is the one that we will go to next. All tech trends are advancing at different paces. None of them are what we would say fully scaled or fully mature. That means there is ample opportunity for disruption, for innovation across all of these trends. If we take some of the ones that are on the earlier side, so on the frontier innovation, or more of the emerging side, there are two main reasons why you see some of them at earlier stages. One is there are trends that are clearly on the leading edge of innovation. So one main one here is quantum computing. And I think we're going to have a conversation on quantum at some point soon as well, right? Early days. But there is clear appetite, clear room for disruption here. That's one reason. Some of these trends are early. The other reason is that some of these trends are more specific to certain industries, certain verticals, right? So you can take bioengineering, you can take space, and there's a few others that you see as well. So the applicability across sectors is somewhat limited, right? Which gets us to the next point. The relevance of many of these trends varies by sector. So the relevance of the trends from left through to right, I would not expect anyone to focus too much on the heat map here, right? I'll go through this myself as well, but the relevance of the trends from left to right, when applied to different industry sectors, from top to bottom, varies quite a lot. So the main idea of showing this heat map is to show that there are actually very few trends that come out. There's a wide dispersion here, right? One of the trends that comes out is if we zoom in on two specific sectors. So let's call the first one technology, and the second one, we call it telecom, call it communications. For these two sectors in particular, most of the trends have high applicability, which is why we're focusing on these two here. The reason most of the trends, you see a darker shade and they have higher applicability, is because these two sectors are both producers of these trends and these disruptions, and they are consumers of these trends and these disruptions. So in some ways, the sectors that all of you work in are the ones that are most at risk of disruption and most exciting as well. We'll take one specific technology example, which is robotics, one of the 15 that we've looked at. The reason I picked robotics as an example is because last year, in the technology trends that we were tracking last year, this was not there. The reason robotics is one that we have picked up now and put in the top 15 is because of the synergies with AI. Robotics has been around for a long time. We're familiar with the Boston Dynamics models as well, but it's now getting a lot of traction and it's getting a lot of investment as a result because of the synergies with AI and how AI advances robotics. So that has various different effects. One, you see a wider range of industry sectors that are adopting robotics. So if I take one specific use case within one specific sector, if we talk about pharma or drug manufacturing, the automated liquids handling use case alone is a USD 3 billion opportunity. One use case in one sector, right? And that's away from food service companies like Chipotle investing in agricultural robotics and everything else. So fairly sizable. The robot types are expanding. So you have the industrialized robots, you have collaborative robots or cobots, you have service robots now coming out as well. So we're getting a wider range of robotics as well. Third, general purpose robots. So this is the robotics version of what we call AGI in AI, right? And so more humanoid robots, more learning robots. And the last one I mentioned is how AI is advancing robotics as well. Just to give you a sense of one specific trend. What I would love to do, and I'll apologize, but I'm going to skip through the next two, but what I would love to do is take the conversation to how to accelerate the adoption of some of these trends, which is this next chapter that we will cover, the next part of the conversation. So I would normally have asked who here recognizes the logo, but I've been told I can't have a conversation, I just have to present, so I will do that. But before we get into the importance of partnerships, wanted to take inspiration from a slightly different kind of example. So what you see here is Disney's synergy map from 1957, the same year that Russia launched Sputnik 1, the first satellite in space, and started a space race where then the US responded as well. I'm going to get to that space race and the US response in about 2 minutes. But why is this important? There are two particular reasons I find this map inspiring. One, This is from 1957. And it is still representative of the areas where Disney operates and leads. This is not that they had it's not just that they had the vision to think that far out, but that it has taken commitment to stick to that vision. They have 4 divisions today. There is theatrical media, there is in-home media, there is franchising, and there is theme parks or in-person experiences. You can see all of the linkages already on this image from Disney from 1957. The second reason this is important is because this illustrates this idea of ecosystem thinking, of partnerships and collaborations and interlinkages, and how all pieces, when they work together, they move the entire system forward. That is the entry point into the partnerships discussion that I wanted to take. This is from 1957, and all of these pieces are still moving fairly well for Disney, despite a few missteps today. Brings us to the importance of partnerships. So when we get to partnerships, specifically PPPs or public-private partnerships, there are multiple benefits. I'll focus on one of these, so accelerated innovation and technology adoption. I mentioned Sputnik 1, launched by Russia in 1957. It induced a response from the US, and one of the things that the US did was they launched an entity called ARPA, which is later called DARPA. One of the public-private partnership-led initiatives, a small one that they launched at some point down the road then, was ARPANET. To get a sense of the adoption of ARPANET is now what all of us, all over the world, call the internet. It started off as a public-private partnership as a response to Sputnik 1. That is what has turned into the internet that we use today, right? So that is the sense of scaling technology adoption that is possible through partnerships. Stronger economic growth and job creation. I won't cover all of these, but I'll touch on them in some examples. Stronger economic growth and job creation, fairly linked, the economic value of it, fairly linked to the innovation factor. Improved operational efficiencies. This one's fairly important as well, and we'll cover an example here. And then finally, enhanced global competitiveness, right? So we think of ourselves not just as CSD, not just as the ecosystem, but as Saudi Arabia, right? This is important here as well, and we'll zoom in on one example here. And there are multiple other benefits we picked for this conversation. These benefits can be delivered through multiple use cases. This is not at all meant to be a comprehensive list. This is a fair few examples. From my experience in KSA, almost every single thing we're saying here is in some shape or form live, underway in this ecosystem. So the question then becomes, how do we, as an ecosystem, take all of the initiatives that are currently running and move them to the next level of effectiveness? How do we do that? In order to do that, the answer will come from, there's a Saudi first perspective or a KSA first perspective that needs to be developed. The answer cannot be something that is replicated from the US or from China or somewhere else. But at the same time, while we develop this Saudi first perspective, there are important lessons that can be learned from successes that other countries and other organizations have had. If you look on the bottom right, from Estonia, which is a fairly small country, from Estonia's digital test bed framework, this is a different DTF, it's not the event we're at today. It's helped a relatively small country in Europe become one of the leading startup hubs for Europe. In a fair few number of dimensions, they're actually ahead of Germany, France, UK as well. To 2 others on the left here that I will highlight briefly now, one by one. So we'll go to Singapore first. And one example is Singapore's ARTC program, so the Advanced Remanufacturing and Technology Center, which is set up with the specific purpose of accelerating tech innovation from applied research through to industrial applications. So you see 95 global industry partners working together for a fairly small nation, fairly small country, 555 industrial projects, all live, all running in a somewhat systematic manner, 300 team members, and all efforts consolidated into 8 integrative cross-cutting R&D themes. These include 3D manufacturing, these include digital supply chain, and a number of others as well. And all 8 themes, which you don't see here, but what all 8 themes tied into the economic vision and the master plan for Singapore as a nation, right? So not too difficult to draw parallels to Vision 2030 here as well, right? But this is all driven by the national economic vision in some ways. That's example number one that I wanted to take. The second example of a country and an ecosystem that's a bit larger and so a little more complicated to get into orchestration is called Gaia X. So Gaia X is a Europe-wide initiative that has been established and is still being championed by Germany. And it is aimed at regaining European influence and sovereignty and trust when it comes to data. There are two main notions here just to reflect on. One is there's this stated benefit of facilitating ease of use when it comes to data sharing. Across 1,800 contributors, 300 member entities, 7 EU member states, Germany plus 6 now, and 10 priority sectors. So that's the stated benefit of it. There is the second order implication of this as well, which is that this creates a Europe-wide moat or a Europe-wide walled garden, which helps Europe be more competitive with competing regions, further to the west or further to the east. That is not something that is a stated benefit as much, but this is a Europe-wide competitiveness play that is currently underway. Which brings us, finally, to potential implications for the Saudi technology sector. And this is by no means meant to be a comprehensive set. It felt like these would be worthy reflections to share at the end, so just wanted to share those before I close. One, this sense of national level clarity on and commitment to the North Star for the sector. Right? This is long-term. This is the Disney example that I mentioned as well. And of course, things will change on the way. But there is a North Star that all entities in the ecosystem commit to. Don't just align with, but commit to spending effort and resources on. Second is this rapid scale-up in capabilities. Homegrown, 100%, yes, but also through partnerships, also through real partnerships, right? So to get talent to come and sit with all the talent that we have in this room as well. That's very, very important, and the market for talent is becoming increasingly competitive globally, as we all know. Third, forward-leaning and dynamic regulatory and risk environment. Here, on this specific point, over the last few years, there are almost two benchmark models that have emerged. There is the EU or the European model, and there is the US model. And both have their benefits, both have their pros and cons, but between the EU model and the US model, one has clearly moved the nation far ahead compared to the other one. And that's not, that's something to reflect on. And finally, the last 2 points are both somewhat related. One, when it comes to partnerships, trying to move from individual bespoke partnerships, which will always have to be the case to some point, but to almost an industrialized way of bringing in partnerships. So more partnerships for more cases, faster, and to deliver more impact. That is very important. That is exactly where Singapore is moving to. That's where Gaia X is moving to. There are a number of other initiatives moving to there as well. So that the 10th partnership that we have, we can craft faster, we can get value from faster than the 5th one. And the 20th one, we can do even faster. And the 30th one, we can do even faster. And finally, the need for systematic, rigorous, central orchestration of the entire ecosystem. Everyone commits to the North Star, and everyone then follows this programmatic manner of doing things. That is, again, one of the lessons that we can pick from Singapore and other smaller nations, and I'm very mindful of the fact that it's easier in smaller countries. But that is where CST leaders, that is where everyone who's in the room and all the other esteemed entities as well have a fairly critical role to play. How do we move all of us forward, and how do we capture this notion of a rising tide raises all ships? Thank you very much. I skipped the last ones, but I hope I covered them verbally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamza, for sharing these valuable information from your expertise with McKinsey. نشكر الأستاذ حمزة على مشاركته هذه المعلومات القيمة من خبرته في شركة ماكنزي. نستقبل حضورنا الكريم رحلتنا نحو جلسة حوارية تعنى بتطوير مشهد التقنية الكمية في المملكة، يقدمها مهندس هاني الحمصي مدير إدارة تنمية التقنية في وزارة الاتصالات، فليتفضل مع ضيوفه.
Assalamu alaikum, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm actually glad that Hamza spoke before us on the topics that he did to set the stage. Quantum technologies. When I work in the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, and even there, when I say and speak to my colleagues about quantum, I see blank faces, and that's all right, I suppose. But today, hopefully, we will try to demystify aspects of that and try to motivate you to think outside the box and understand the value of acting fast. I have with me today, I would say these are one of the group of the key influential players in the quantum landscape in the kingdom today. I have with me Engineer Mohammed Sayari from the leading industry player Aramco. I have Professor Mohammed Filimban from leading university, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, and Dr. Saad Al-Awaid from the King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology. Thank you very much for your time. And if you allow me just a moment to set the stage for the audience also about why do we talk about quantum? As Hamza showed before us, it's a frontier technology. In fact, I was looking at the numbers and it had the lowest kind of investment in it this year. The UN, the United Nations, just recently announced that 2025 is the year of quantum. You could check it out in quantum2025.org. In terms of business, in terms of activity and economic value, this is a statistic that I'd like to share with you. 10 years ago, 2014, there were only 5 startups that worked in the field of quantum technologies. And today, 10 years later, there are over 500. 38 of those went out of business, but that's around 7%. So you can see that there is this momentum in this movement. Governments all over the world are also spending lots of money and pouring it into this, and primarily because it's a basic research problem at this stage, but it will grow from DARPA to the internet and from these kinds of investments to other things. There are parallels to be considered when looking at quantum. In particular, I want you to think about semiconductors. In 1960, the transistor was invented, and at that time, no one knew the potential of this and how it would lead to AI today. And there was a lot of value that could have been taken then. So I urge you to think about quantum as the next stage of digital. And with that, I'm told that I can speak forever about these things. I'd like to direct this question to Professor Mohammed. Quantum technology is often discussed as a futuristic technology, but some applications are already in use. Can you share with the audience some examples of practical quantum applications and how they could potentially transform the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Hani, for the nice introduction. I also would like to thank the organizers for dedicating a session for this important technology, futuristic one, as you mentioned. Before I go on with my answer, I would like just to set stage of a definition of a quantum technology. So quantum technology is what we know of is composed of four areas or 4 components: quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum simulator, and quantum sensing. And they are all varies in terms of maturity. But I would say quantum communication applications has is the more mature or the most mature area among all quantum technologies. Applications for that, for example, is quantum key distribution, which is a key enabling technology in the communication sector, as you know. So now there are some companies with commercialized product already ready, plug and play, if you have the right infrastructure. So that's from the communication point of view. And I would say, for example, in other areas like quantum simulation, there are certain applications that are mature, but yet not for the end users. I'll give you an example. So quantum simulation basically is how to use quantum computers or quantum phenomena for simulating certain things, physical systems, basically. For example, molecular interaction, for drug discovery, fluid dynamics, for example, in aerospace and military, just like in the slides of Hamza. So these are not particularly directed to end users, but mainly to industry and big companies. And indirectly, end users will benefit from those applications. To conclude my answer, and I think quantum compute or quantum technology will be there, not necessarily by itself. Probably with a combination of other technologies, other mature technologies, including HPC, AI, I think they will have a real impact on not only in the industry around us, but also in our real lives.
Thank you for that. Just a quick reflection on this. I mean, imagine that you're able to do a lot of processing faster. You're able to cram in as much more information through traditional media, so your communication can be enhanced. Imagine your sensors, your cameras, your whatever it is, are even more precise with less material, with less power needed. This is a revolution of how we do all of the digital technologies, and I think you covered an interesting number of these real-life use cases, and I think there's no one better than Aramco to tell us. So, Engineer Mohammed, if you could tell us from an industry perspective, how do you see quantum technologies impacting businesses and manufacturing processes in KSA? What types of early-stage quantum solutions are we looking at?
Thanks, Hadi. I'm very privileged to be with you today, and thanks for the organizer, for the audience, for this great event. In fact, I believe that the quantum computing or quantum technology in general would have a huge impact when it comes to industry, manufacturing, and all the other related fields. And in fact, the quantum will bring a new paradigm when it comes to innovation, performance, and optimization. And since the kingdom is moving toward diversification of economy and expanding the industrial capabilities, we believe the quantum will have a transformative role toward that objective. For example, when it comes to the applications, or what are the early stage ones, when it comes to oil and gas, as you know, we consume lots of data. So the quantum computing have the ability to process massive data sets in less time that can't be attained by the traditional computing. And therefore, this could lead to better upstream operations in terms of even better production maintenance in that regard. In another application, another field would be, for example, when it comes to supply chain. And this is in line with the kingdom objectives of becoming a global logistics hub. The quantum algorithms or quantum technology would be able to process complex optimization problems, and this would lead to better allocation of resources or inventory management. And this would reduce, of course, the costs and have better productivity. Another, I think, immediate application would be under the material science. And as you know, the quantum computing deals with molecule inspection, subatomic levels. So the best way to simulate those ones would be through the quantum. This would lead to new innovative materials that could have better properties when it comes to the maybe better like green materials or better even carbon emissions. I would end up with very quick thing about the cybersecurity. Cryptography is also another important and immediate application that can be utilized through the quantum to safeguard the data privacy and integrity.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed. That's very insightful. So you have, imagine with me, I mean, why is security important? These quantum computers can go through a vast and insane amount of combinations of input and process that simultaneously. So you can break passwords very easily. New encryption methods are needed. New infrastructure is needed to transfer these kinds of this kind of information in new ways. I like the materials science. I think I want to touch on that just a little bit before we talk about where and how can we learn these things. Imagine you have in the periodic table of all the elements all these different materials. You've got iron, you've got gold, you've got cobalt, you've got all these different things. A lot of the inventions that we have today are built on carbon. So steel and manufacturing all these different things are about creating different alloys, combining different materials in different proportions to create something new for our purposes. Doing this for all the atoms or all the different elements, periodically testing it out and then simulating it requires extensive computation, and it's extremely difficult. Quantum computers will be able to do this very quickly. So you can think of a substance, a type, a thing that you wanted to do, be very strong, be very flexible, and then these quantum computers can simulate it and figure out even how to process it. So there's a lot of value to extract from quantum, and there's a lot of areas that we can do today to take action and play in that. From your perspective, Dr. Saad, a lot of this in the public eye is missing. So there's a lack of global awareness and knowledge, but there are a lot of platforms that share this kind of knowledge, and these play a crucial role in scaling the quantum technologies. How can, in your opinion, international organizations help amplify the visibility of these initiatives? And how can that help KSA attract partnerships and investments?
Thank you very much, Hani. I believe that the international organization role is very critical in multiple dimensions. Mainly, with the international organization, we gain more visibility and the impacts. As for the help of the international organization, we can look at this from 4 different dimensions. The first dimension is the talent and infrastructure, and in that we can do multiple things with the international organizations, like organizing workshops, like participating in exchange programs, also getting the best practices of the talent pipeline, and there are so many examples in that sense. As for the infrastructure, either use the physical quantum computers or quantum technology machines available, or use the cloud. There are a lot of cloud resources available there. The second dimension is the knowledge sharing and collaboration, and work with the international partners in more collaborative work to exchange the knowledge that it's needed. The third dimension, which is a little bit not into the scientific side, it's more for the policy recommendation, policies and the best practices recommendation. That can leapfrog for multiple years. The last one, to complete the cycle, is more of the awareness and the mobilization of the investment. That it's showing that what's the work that we are doing in Saudi in quantum, what the potential will be, and with the awareness that the money will come later.
That's amazing. And even in your work with the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, you're working with the World Economic Forum on a quantum economy blueprint to be piloted in the kingdom as a first country to pilot such a thing. I'd like to take aspects of this, and particularly when we're talking about a useful ecosystem, a thriving ecosystem. One of the key measures in it and the key drivers is the people, the talent. And Professor, how I mean, in educating the next generation of quantum scientists and engineers, or generally scientists and engineers, is critical. What steps is the academic sector currently taking to ensure that there is a pipeline in Saudi for quantum talent?
Thank you again for the question, Hani. Again, before I answer, let us reflect back on the landscape right now. Yeah. You mentioned there is a huge investment from companies, from governments on quantum technologies. And let's admit that probably quantum technology now is driven by industry. It's no more driven by academia or research. But also let us not forget that many of the breakthroughs, scientific breakthroughs in quantum technology, in fact, many of the startups were actually born inside research labs in the universities. So there is, I mean, worldwide, there is universities and academia in general played a critical role in developing several quantum technologies. So I do believe in that if nationally, at a national level, if we really want to be a key player in the quantum technology worldwide, I think it should start from research groups, from universities. And so that's why probably at KFUPM we are investing a lot in terms of building facilities, infrastructure, bringing worldwide, world-renowned faculty in quantum technology in general, not only in quantum computing. And we believe that if you build good facilities, then you will be able to attract great talent. So this is in terms of the graduate program, I would say the PhD program, where most of the serious research is happening. But also we are focusing on upskilling and reskilling employees, or current employees, or also future employees. Those students who are in the universities. So we created a couple of programs, both in the undergraduate level and graduate level, to graduate students. I don't want to say innovators in terms of quantum technology, but at least people who knows what is quantum technology and how to move things forward from there. And we are proud that we graduated about 30 plus students, and now some of which are leading quantum initiatives in their perspective. Government agencies or industry in general. So I do believe that developing talent is a key aspect of developing a real quantum economy at a national level. So the talent development pipeline goes from all the way from students in the undergraduate all the way to high school and KG, what we call KG to 12 grades. Being from an academia and the university, I would really focus on preparing next engineers and scientists in quantum economy, but also with collaboration with private sector, public sector. We really need to focus also on developing talents from early stages, high school and below.
Thank you for that, Professor. So there is a lot of activity, it seems, in the overall landscape in the kingdom that is trying to cater to the talent development of quantum, and this is foresighted. This is looking ahead, and also leadership from industry is stepping in to support this kind of initiative. So, Engineer Muhammad, how can these leaders in the industry help leverage the cutting-edge research that is happening and the talent that's coming in from academia to create market-ready quantum products and services?
Yes. Yeah, in fact, the industry is complementing the academia in that regard, and I believe it's the next step, and it moves the I would say the research from theoretical to the industrial or the practical side of it. Therefore, the collaboration between industry and academia is very crucial to even the whole ecosystem of the kingdom. And some of these methods would be to have, I would say, like the industry would have joint research and development initiatives that the industry would fund and would provide access to the technology and to data for researchers to work on specific, I would say, industrial problems that may excel and produce some products or even commercialized ones that can have a JV or a startup. This is regarding the first phase. Also, when it comes to the other one is very, very important. The collaboration comes to the workforce development. And I believe industry also need to implement certain programs like the scholarship, like the internship and mentorship with academia to bringing top talent people and work with them on certain cases. So the researchers, the academic researcher will have the opportunity to see the industrial part of the problem itself, and will have the chance to excel in that one. And at the same time, for the industry, will make sure that they will attain the top talent in that regard. And I believe at Aramco we do have this close relation with academia. For example, here with Dr. Muhammad, we worked with the quantum. We built the first chair professor with KFUPM to foster research and promote the technology in the kingdom. We do the same with other universities like Imam Abdul Rahman, the Dammam University, and KAUST. So this is in a nutshell my answer.
Thank you so much. And I know that you've also worked with the City of Science and Technology at CAX to create a quantum valley. And I think that's aimed to be like a hub for industry and academia to come in and work together to create these kinds of things. So again, there's movement, and there is an urge for other bigger industry players to follow suit, to do similar things for different sectors and different domains. And this is a question about naturally about international partnerships and that kind of cohesion. So, Dr. Saad, because this is an emerging domain and the innovation in this area requires such kind of collaboration and work between not just industry and academia, but also governments, what and how can we unlock opportunities for KSA to access these things, these kinds of tools and resources with other nations, and maybe even get grants for the kind of work that is happening for a global scale?
Yeah, definitely. Quantum technology is like any other emerging technology. You can look at the unlocking of the partnership in multiple levels. Maybe we can conclude it in 3 levels and 1 supporting level. The foundation level, or the level of really the smallest scale, and that can be between one department in a university here in Saudi and the other department in UK in a university. That level is more unstructured, maybe don't have any agreements in there, but it's really leading to a nice niche science in there. One example from that is the exchange programs that can be done. The second level is more for the entity levels, where you have agreement, you have more of structured contracts, more towards IPs, more towards ideas, how to monetize how to monetize the research, and this is really done into the level of organization here in Saudi with the other foreigner one. The third one, which is the highest possible, and you mentioned that a little bit in your previous question, on the country level. Either in the form of joint initiative like the Quantum European Initiative, or in a form of what is the World Economic Forum is doing now with the quantum economy, while we are pushing Saudi to be the first piloting in that project. The fourth level, which is the more supporting, is the joint venture, where the countries, also even the departments, the entities, they can invest money there, and investing in IBs to gain a revenue for later on.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So these kinds of collaborations and platforms are really at the heart of all of this. Much like open innovation is about exchanging these ideas, especially when it's at the frontier of things, to experiment and explore, and the belief in the future that they can provide is where the investment will go. So from, I mean, we probably touched on this, but how can partnerships in academia, very briefly, Professor, support the kingdom in developing competitive quantum research programs? You've created your own PhD, master's programs at KFUPM, but how can we move forward with that?
I mean, collaboration in academia is always a good thing. So it is very important because, unfortunately, we got into this a little bit late, but not that late. And we still have time to do more. And I do believe that in the near future, we will be a key player in this technology. Sure. So over the past 2-3 years, I had the privilege to meet tens of researchers and scientists from all around the world. And when I explained to them our programs, our ambitions to do a quantum computing program or a quantum technology research program at KFUPM and in Saudi in general, they get genuinely interested. But we have to be careful of the type of collaboration that we do. We don't want one-way collaboration where, let's say, a faculty that visits a certain university outside, or even a faculty that only visits us for a certain period. We really want two-way collaboration. So why not a faculty, a PI, and his research group joining us for extended period of time? Faculty from Saudi University visit a certain university with his research group, with students and so on, spend extended time. So this is the true collaboration in academia and research in particular. So I feel that at KFUPM we have bits and pieces or programs that enable this. We have the exchange program Dr. Saad mentioned. This has been going for, I don't know, probably more than 10 years, where we send brilliant students to many universities. But we never had the students at KFUPM. I just learned yesterday that we had a sophomore student coming from Tulsa University who's spending a semester at KFUPM. So, I mean, this is the true collaboration that we are looking for. And this is where, you know, how science being pushed to the limit through collaboration.
Thank you. I want to ask the organizers about the time left. We're good? Okay, so let's conclude with one question to you, Doctor, and then a question for the entire every panel. International organizations, again, are creating these platforms to link different quantum players across borders. How can these platforms serve as gateways to help KSA, again, access international incentives, grants, and partnerships?
Channels are very important for two things, for the communication and also for consolidating the efforts. And several international organizations, they open these channels between the researchers, the business leaders, and the technicals So they tackle some problems and they get more into the level from lab to the level of manufacture, for example. There are, for example, there are multiple or different examples of platforms that can be said here. One of them is the Quantum Economy Development Consortium and the Quantum Economy Network by the World Economic Forum. There is another type of platforms that might be interesting to mention is the Quantum Association. Recently, we established the Saudi Quantum Computing Association.
Congratulations.
And answering to your question, it helps in two ways. It's two-way communication.
Okay.
So it helps in networking and more of knowing the researchers, knowing the people who are working in the field, etc. And also the other ways to gain more visibility and showing what we have in the table.
Amazing, thank you. Please reach out to any of these gentlemen about any of these platforms, and please link with us so we can talk more about this. Engineer Muhammad, could you tell the audience what is the potential risk of delaying investment and talent development in quantum technology for KSAs?
I would say I would tackle it in two aspects. The first one is a problem with getting access to technology. Many countries really they have or in the process of doing export control, preventing the technology from getting exported. And getting access to talent is another problem. Right now, there is international shortage in the number of talents in quantum computing, and we know that in the future this will be even worse. And getting access to partnership is another one. When the technology is matured, you will not have the privilege as you have it right now to get partner with the leading companies or leading, I would say, academic or other institutions. So this is one. The other aspect of it is really the loss of opportunity, I would say. According to the potential of the quantum technology would be between 1 to 2 trillion, and the early adopters would, according to McKinsey's study, early adopters would get 90% of the value. So this is a big loss if we don't tap into it right now.
That's true. Thank you. Professor, what are the risks?
I would say risking not owning our own technology in this.
Sovereignty, yes. Dr. Saad.
Yeah, losing of opportunity.
Opportunity. We have the capability to sit here and talk more about this, but I think our time is up. So I think in conclusion, I'd like to thank the panelists, and I'd like to also present you, the dear audience, with a call to action. Please take the time, sit back, think about the possibilities that a new wave of computation, communication, and sensing can change our ability to do a lot more with less. Search about this and act. Remember, the AI is a good example of export control. Semiconductors, we lost the race. We're only starting to manufacture something today. If you go back in time, or if you told yourself you can go back in time to invest in Intel or any of those bigger companies at the time, what would you do? You have the opportunity today to take action and do something with quantum. With that, thank you very much. Applause to the panelists. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such a thought-provoking session, really. شكراً لمهندس هاني على إدارة هذه الجلسة الحوارية، والشكر ممتد لضيوفه الكرام. ننتقل الآن حضورنا إلى عرض تقديمي مرئي آخر، ولكن هذه المرة يسلط الضوء على تمكين النجاح في المؤسسات القائمة على الذكاء الاصطناعي. يتحدث فيه الشريك المؤسس في شركة مزن والرئيس التنفيذي للاستراتيجية والمالية أستاذ عبد الله السعيد، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله جميعا. أنا عارف أنه آخر اليوم فالمحتوى التقني بعض الشيء إن شاء الله يكون خفيف لطيف على الجميع. بداية راح نتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي. في كلام كثير عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، في هايب كبير جدا، شفتوا حجم الاستثمارات مئات المليارات من الدولارات في الذكاء الاصطناعي. نروح على أرض الواقع، القصة مختلفة بشكل كبير. يوجد تحديات كبيرة في تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي، ويوجد عقبات كبيرة لازم نتخطاها عشان نحقق قيمة من الذكاء الاصطناعي. أولاً إحصائية صادمة، 80% من مشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي تفشل. مئات المليارات تضيع، ليش؟ عدة أسباب. مقارنة بالبرمجيات التقليدية 40% من المشاريع تفشل، فالفشل في الذكاء الاصطناعي ضعفي البرامج التقليدية. الأسباب عدة وتتعدد على حسب الحالة. أولاً جودة البيانات، وراح أذكر قصة طريفة حصلت لنا في أحد المشاريع. كان في عالم بيانات من جنسية خارج المنطقة، أول مرة يجي المنطقة، عمل تحليل جدا متميز على بيانات المعاملات. أحد الأعمدة في البيانات كانت التاريخ الشهر واليوم. لما سوى التحليل والنموذج والتنبؤ كل العملية ممتازة جدا، لكن المخرج كان في شيء غلط. يعني شوف هل هذا معقول؟ هل هذا ممكن؟ something doesn't make sense على ما قالوا. اكتشفنا انه التاريخ هجري ويحسبه ميلادي. فاللي صار انه لما تشوف البيانات تشوف انه جودتها سليمة، كلها مؤتمتة، ما فيها اغلاط، والله مذكور السعودية KSA الى ما الى ذلك، لكن الفهم في تصنيف البيانات ما كان موجود. النقطة الثانية هي الأهداف. كثير من مشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي تبدأ في عندنا بيانات، خلينا نسوي ذكاء اصطناعي. ايش الهدف؟ هل انا بقلل تكاليف؟ هل بحقق ايرادات اضافيه؟ هل اوفر للوقت؟ ايش الهدف من تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ للاسف بعض الاحيان يغلب على بعض المشاريع الجانب التقني ويتم تطوير شيء متميز جدا لكن للاسف ما له فائده. فالاهداف جدا مهمه. النقطه الثالثه الكفاءه الاقتصاديه، وهذا ايضا شيء جدا مهم. على سبيل المثال شركة صغيرة تعالج، خلينا نفترض على سبيل المثال 10 عقود شهريا. هل من الممكن أنها تستثمر ملايين الريالات لتطوير نموذج لأتمتة معالجة العقود بالذكاء الاصطناعي؟ هذا غير لائق للشركة هذه على سبيل المثال. مثال آخر استخدام ChatGPT أو ما شابه على سبيل المثال. في كثير من الأشياء ما تحتاج تقنيات معقدة مثل الذكاء الصناعي التوليدي. على سبيل المثال ابغى اعرف الرقم هذا هو فردي او زوجي، قسمه على 2، شوف الرقم اللي يطلع لك هل هو صحيح او غير صحيح وتحصل الجواب. انا ما احتاج
I do not need a big model that may cause me a lot of money but and can be solved in a very simple way. Another thing is localization, and I will talk here about the call center in a hospital, in a company, and others. Many models now, depending on the traditional response, electronic response, press 1 for Arabic, press 2 for English, and etc. Some of the examples you can give them what you want, and they try the technology to understand what you want. If you have a new request, if you have some claims, what happened in the traditional technologies is that I can have a system work for any sectors or any entities, but when I develop AI model, for instance, having appointment in a hospital will be completely different than how to deal with the customer or patient in the Ministry of Health. So the differences between these entities will be will cause some differences in the services. Fifth is the governance. We notice it at the end of the projects usually, using the AI in recruitment. The recruitment is a process consists of a lot of information, CVs, interviews, data, information, and the AI is very excellent in filtering these CVs and choosing the candidates or applicants of these job opportunities. But if there is no good governance, then we will have the AI will reject some of these candidates or applicants. Last thing is that the capabilities sustainability, and we have noticed during the last 7 years many entities are not investing in putting the notes or writing the notes about and in detailed so they can do the work by themselves without depending on any other changes. There are many problems. How can we solve these problems? Through the work, we have found many practices. We found it the best practices best practices, and I will talk about each in deep. At the beginning, in the quality of data, it's very important to have data dictionary. When I read this data, I need to learn it, understand it, and to write the notes. Unfortunately, we are in Saudi Arabia. We like meetings, we like workshops, but we don't like to write. So writing notes is very important to know these data and how to use them. In addition to that, if we have any problems with the quality, the AI will help us to solve the issues of these qualities. And that's what we are suffering in data inserted manually. And there is some differences in the writing, but the AI can unify them. The second point is enhance or employing these data. One of the things, there is a man who's doing the interview and open the file of that candidate. And he asked him, how did you know about this entity? He said, I know through the social media, through one of our friends, and etc. Some of them, they feel lazy, so they do not ask these questions. So they put the first choice. What happened is that when we look at the data, 70% of people said through a friend. So maybe we can invest on the marketing, but the data is actually wrong. But even though it's excellent, but it's written in the wrong way. Determine the goals is very important. Sometimes we find it in entities with a high capabilities, efficiency, and if it's not clear from the beginning, then maybe we have some investment but without any returns. One of the things that we have witnessed at the beginning, we needed to determine the value, the expected value. Some of it is the cost, or is it going to cost me to save time and efforts and money as well. Also here, estimated cost. We have noticed that AI starts with a particular budget, and then the actual budget is a completely larger and different than the set one, like the cloud, and the capability in the AI is very high, so the market is changed a lot. Now we can talk about the algorithm and the suitable algorithm. For instance, the electric or the automated response or automated response is actually designed from a text into a voice. There is a good examples in some particular language, but others are the voice is not clear, and some, for example, others is good in the fields or in a particular field, but not in the so we need to know the algorithm, the suitable algorithm, and developing the algorithm. The second point is model training. Some entities having a particular model. For instance, if we say that we have a clinic here, and I bring I give this skincare clinic, for instance, a model for them, or dentist. So it is going to be, it's supposed to be, the model is supposed to be trained on this particular clinic in this field. Like the employee, if I didn't give him an orientation or a definition of this entity and how things are working, it will fail. The third point is model testing. It's go through the whole project, and one of the things that we are facing, as an example, is that the money actually, the money fraud or scam, and we face it. If I now build a model based on the what I have and the history that I have, it may fail because he's only focusing on the past, but he cannot catch up with the new ways or methods. And we need to have some of these monitoring. Fifth, we have the governance, and today the governance ensures transparency and reliability of the project. We have the first, let's say, Uber, or we have two companies, one for Uber, rent, and the other one is a rent company. They have a problem here. The captain haven't reached to me. He wasn't very quick, and he asked to have compensation of money, and this will be very cost. And so we have built symbolic AI, which is we can understand it clearly. When we reject a request from the client, we need to know why, and I can achieve the automated in a way that satisfies the customer and the company. The other point is that we have actually used the AI, generated AI. We have used it in a conversation for a sale department, and we have actually sale a car for free because the customer know how to work and how to scam the automated response, but and they have lost company, so they learn from this lesson and they bridge the gap and solve this issue. So we need to have a very high governance. Last topic is that the capability is sustainable, and we have witnessed lately a very huge development in the capability in the AI, and it was very sustainable in all entities, and it is also and I think we need, from my point of view, we need to invest more in it, and we need to conduct some research or some literatures, some workshops. But the written is completely different than the when read. I will mention here an example about some of these situations or cases that we faced in Muzen, and we will see here the standards and know how did we deal with it. The challenge was that one of the entities going to have facing issue regarding the categorization, and they have like thousands of categorizations, and they are moving toward a new model. The problem is that there is a no one-to-one between the first model and the second model. There is so if you have this categorization, the older model, then in the new model, what is the categories going to be? And they have a huge money, and they considered 2 years as a duration for this transformation, and they have 3 people to do this mapping manually. At the beginning, they have a very high quality data. It was text, so we need to take the text 1 to text 2. I will move to from the first category to second category. Everything was clear and certain. The cost, it was clear. We were committed to finish everything in 1 month, and it will take them 2 years. So we may not going to success, but it's not a big deal. We still have a second month. So what happened is that they are working with a linguistic employee, and we have faced that there is a 70% of cases, 70% of cases need to be solved. And in some cases, we have used what we call it human in the loop. We didn't solve it manually, but we have solved some of them manually, and we have used it in training others to forecasting the future. What happened is that 99 of this model has been delivered in 1 month for 2 years to automate the capabilities, and there was a model designed for this particular entity, and the governance of this model was very high because once they moved to the new model, they start working on it and they cancel the old one. This is what I have today. Thank you for your good listening. I hope that I haven't taken long of your time.
شكرا جزيلا لك سيد.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullah Said. And today we have reached to the last station of this forum, which is the last present by Mr. Alex, and Mr. Alex McCulloch, the executive president of Product. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here amongst leaders.
عمتم مساء جميعا، ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون هنا اليوم معكم بين القادة والملهمين والأشخاص المهمين. اسمي أليكس، وأنا المدير التنفيذي لشركة إنتاج، ونحن شركة استشارية في المنطقة. منذ شهور قليلة خلت وقفت على أعلى قمة برج المملكة وأنظر إلى المشهد الساحر والخلاب لمدينة الرياض. شعرت بالدهشة وغمرني شعور أن المملكة العربية السعودية قد تحولت إلى قوة رقمية وأتاحت المساحة والمجال للتحول الرقمي.
I didn't remember much, but really what happened in Saudi Arabia in the last few years made it really hard for me to stay in the States, where I was there for 13 years in San Francisco and Los Angeles, worked with big companies like Fox and Rackspace. Now it's the time to come actually back to the region, to the roots. In Saudi Arabia, we digitalized services for millions of daily users, connected communities and individuals through strong communication and internet infrastructure, and built the foundation for innovation. Yet, once we reach the summit of digital transformation, we start looking at new peaks that represent the new challenges that we must conquer. as we move forward, we start seeing that user engagement overall, not only in Saudi Arabia, but overall, any technological innovation, user engagement after a while start loading off. Also, we start seeing unprecedented speed of technologies that's really hard to catch up. Today we heard, how many times do you think we heard AI today? Hundreds, thousands of times. We're still catching up to that. And the most important thing, the user's expectations. It's going to be really hard to reach the expectation, especially of the new generations, with the traditional services. So we are at a turning point. Should we keep things the same and risk becoming outdated? The risk is always there. Or should we move to new areas of innovation? So what will get us to that next level of innovation? Well, what comes after digital transformation? We believe, and we would like to introduce the idea of product transformation. It's simply moving from just building an online service or a service on the internet to actually building, evolving, and living products that grow and adapt to the user's needs. It's the move or the shift from building one-time service to ongoing experiences. And it's a shift from just reacting to a complaint or when the technology fails to understand the customer's behavior and innovate solutions before they actually ask for them. I will continue more on that, but now Alex will tell us more about some of the critical risks organizations go through when they go through the product transformation. Alex?
So it's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to express my gratitude to CST and the organising committee for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to speak to everyone. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about technology risk and how organisations that are looking to innovate can do so securely and place these risks at the heart of what they do. There are many technology risks to focus on, but the third-party technology ecosystem is one of the weakest points of most organizations. The interconnectedness of our systems now is making us consider not only third-party risk, but fourth-party risks, so the risks and the suppliers of our suppliers. If we consider some of the recent IT global outages, it shows us that we need to prepare for disruption, and we need to ensure that our systems are resilient, because just what's happened recently shows you the huge impact that can take place with some of these outages. So how can we recover? How can we be prepared for these events? I'd like you to consider two scenarios. A scenario where you're a product company, you are a third-party technology provider, and you are developing innovative solutions that are highly critical for your customers. How can you sell more? How can you provide assurance to your customers that your services are resilient, that you as an organization is placing their business continuity at heart? The second scenario, you're a software user. You are receiving these services from these third parties. You are reliant on these third-party applications and products. And you must be able to demonstrate that you can carry on in the event that one of your third parties is no longer available. So one of the strategies that you can deploy and consider to protect your investment and to protect your software is software escrow. It's a solution which is essentially designed to give you resilience in the event of a third party not being able to support you anymore. So I'm going to explain a little bit more about software escrow solutions and how they can help. I'm going to hand back to Alex, who's going to pick up on product transformation, and I'll be back.
Thank you very much, Alex. All right, so product transformation is the concept we try to kind of build awareness around. It's what comes really after digital transformation. The idea is that the customer is at the center of the process. What would that product transformation help us to do? Really, the most important part is how to deepen user engagement. It's a challenge, as I mentioned before, for every new technology. The early adaptation is gonna be easy, but what comes after that? We see that in governmental applications or solutions, and also in private sector. Staying ahead of technological trends, not because it's just a trend, but actually because they solve a use case for the customer, and how to build that sustainable growth and innovation. So let's go through that path to product transformation. I'm going to introduce 4 major steps to do that transformation. The first one, it always starts with a mindset. The mindset of a product mindset. And that shift in the culture within the organization can be done in many ways, but one major way is to shift from thinking about a timeline, time-boxed project that just ends by that time, to a product that I keep improving. We see that in all sectors, where really the winning organization is someone that took the requirements from one big client, let's say, and instead of just doing it one-time service, as a one-time service, they built it as a product and kept taking more requirements. And customer-centric approach. What am I solving with that feature? What am I solving with that capability? Or am I just adding more and more to my roadmap? The second step is restructuring teams around products. We saw in so many organizations in Saudi Arabia and other countries, where when we introduce the idea of building products and just keep that products within multiple departments, keep the same structure, the new product managers and the new innovators find it really hard to build these products and launch them to the customer. So many of these companies, including we heard from STC today and other countries like big banks here in Saudi Arabia, they actually built a new product management team, and then all the other all the other teams are supporting it, either to helping them build the right product or support in building the product in the right way. So on the left side from your end, building the right product, the research, the marketing, the discovery, all these operations. And then on the other side, the technology, the engineering, the QA, all of them are around the product team. The third step is adopting agile principles. Many of you, maybe all of you, have heard of agile. Is the idea of iterating and not take too long and run out of resources when we build a product. So implementing agile is really, really critical and essential when it comes to conducting this successful product transformation. Starting with an MVP version, something we hear all the time, but when it comes to practice, we actually put so many requirements that takes long months and years. Regular sprints and reviews. So is the development team equipped with the resources and the process to do that? And training teams in agile practices. Sometimes we just introduce a project manager or a product manager, assuming that's gonna work. Actually, we need to build some awareness and some skills. Principles over frameworks means that we cannot be rigid on following the exact step, or this meeting takes these many minutes, and how the team should be structured. We really need to follow the principles of being agile more than the frameworks. Leveraging data and analytics, I'm gonna go through this really quickly, because what does it mean really to be data-driven? I see so many organizations that jump into data analysis and data analytics, and they forget to go through some other steps. It starts from data tracking. Who's setting the data tracking requirements and specs in your organizations? Who's deciding how to track the data and the user behavior? Data processing, are we processing it the right way? Removing any missing, or including all the missing data, clean data. Data accessibility, is the data accessible to everyone in the organization? And then we reach the data analytics, where we generate the insights. Bringing that continuous feedback loops from the customer means that we are using the tools that can get that feedback in the shape of in-app messages, emails, integrating our customer support system with the data pipeline. That's also essential. So these are the 4 steps to implementing product transformation in any organization. Of course, it cannot come without challenges. We can think of first challenge to product transformation is resistance to change. That's natural, that's expected. How do we handle that kind of challenge? By being transparent first and for all. What is our vision? What are we trying to achieve? Transparent when it comes to the product performance. Then we have the skill gap. Not everyone is ready for that kind of transformation. So training, upskilling the team, and then legacy systems that could also become a challenge. The best way is to go into a phased and granular change where we start maybe with one product before implementing that across all the platform. I will leave you now with Alex to take us through more of these challenges, maybe more on the technical front of product transformation. Thank you.
So we've heard today from many organizations who are doing some amazing innovations, unbelievable collaboration to get to some fantastic goals. But there will be challenges along the way, and I'd like to introduce the concept of technology escrow, commonly known as software escrow, which is sitting in between the relationship between a product developer, product owner, or a software supplier, and a software licensee, a software customer. And as I said earlier, there's a scenario whereby there is a lot of outsourced risks and third-party risk management that needs to take place. The software escrow agreement is designed to be a tri-party arrangement which holds information such as source code, such as cloud materials, such as documentation, involves these 3 parties. And ultimately, it enables business continuity. From a software vendor perspective, there's obligations for the source code and the innovation material to be held and deposited by the escrow provider. This then protects the software licensee, the customer, that in the event that there is some failure event with the software vendor or the product company, then the end user, perhaps a government entity, can gain access to the source code and can continue to use that product without that third-party supplier available. And we're seeing lots of shifts in regulatory patterns around more focus on outsourced risks and third-party technology, with supplier failure, service deterioration, and concentration risk being now named in many regulations around the world. Organizations are now assigning owners for these risks and also building plans to actually prepare for disruption, to make sure that in the event that something happens, then they have been through these scenarios and they can recover quickly. And it's all about continuing to provide the service to your customers and try to keep disruption to a minimum. Regulators around the world are increasingly naming software escrow and third-party risk. That operational resilience is becoming a much more prominent area of focus for banks, central banks, government entities around the world. And over the last 3 or 4 years, you can see from the graph on the left that it's only going one way. And over the next 12 months, we're expecting other regulators around the world to name concentration risk, supply failure, supply deterioration as a key risk. And you have to think about strategies such as software escrow and others that can help protect you as an organization. It's to do with third-party risk management. It's making sure that you can continue to innovate securely. It's not meant to stifle innovation, but it's meant to underpin innovation, so if something was to happen, then you can recover quickly. And these triggers within an escrow agreement can be administration, bankruptcy of the software company. It can be transfer of ownership, acquisition. All of these scenarios must be at least considered and planned for. So just to very quickly touch on these 5 risks that software escrow can address for entities. We've talked about supply chain risk and the ability to recover if there is disruption. Safeguarding reputation. Obviously, the cost of disruption to services can be huge. And regulatory compliance is another thing that is now a key focus for organizations as more regulators around the world look to find out how you are planning to recover from potential disruptions. And it's about innovating with confidence, but innovating securely. And from a software product company, providing that assurance and building trust with your customers that you're thinking about their business continuity. So the key takeaways, every organization should definitely assign an owner of risks of supplier failure in the same way that cyber risks are also considered. Have your own policies and standards and controls to drive a consistent approach. And third, review your third-party applications and your third-party providers and assess who are the most critical, who is going to be presenting the most disruption if they are no longer available. So, on that note, I'd just like to thank you for your time, invite you to connect with Alex and I after this. We'll be around, and thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a lovely topic to conclude our day with, ladies and gentlemen. حضورنا الكريم، بهذا العرض التقديمي الملهم نختتم رحلة مشوقة استكشفنا من خلالها جوانب التكامل في القطاع لدعم المشهد التقني السعودي. سعدنا بحضوركم ومساهمتكم ونشكركم على مشاركاتكم، على أمل أن نلقاكم في النسخة القادمة بإذن الله. دمتم بخير.